Good morning, everyone. Welcome. I'm Martin Millett, President of the Society. I don't want to spend very much time introducing today. I just wanted to say two things about the organisation of the day. We are, as well as on Room, we're online, which means that if people want to ask questions or make comments, can you do two things? Firstly, wait for the mic to come to you, and I'm going to be roving mic man this afternoon. And secondly, can you say who you are when you speak? You won't be visible on screen, but you will be sort of audible. So to help people outside the room, identifying yourself would be very helpful. Secondly, the organisation today, we have done something that is new, and I hope you appreciate the idea, which is to invite anyone who wanted to put videos up on line so that people could make statements about what they felt about the manifesto, so forth, without feeling that they need to take 20 minutes this afternoon to state their position. So I would appeal to people to work on the basis that everyone has looked at, listened to, absorbed what's already online, so that we can use today to think about constructive discussion around the issues that face archaeology as a discipline. As I say to my graduate students at the beginning of the year, good debate involves being robust and clear, but also respecting other people's views and opinions. If we could do that, we should have a great discussion this afternoon. But what we've done this morning is we've set up or asked Chris Scull, to do the keynote, and I'll pass over to Chris in a moment. We have then got our four panelists who will give reflections on the manifesto, so forth, and we can take questions on those. And in approaching panelists, we were looking for people who had knowledge of the subject and so forth, but to some extent stood outside it, so that we could get a rounded debate that was looking outwards rather than entirely inward-looking debate. So without further ado, I'll invite Chris Scull to present the keynote. Chris, I'm sure, is known to many of you as an archaeologist, preeminent research in early medieval Northwest Europe. In the 2000s, he was research director at English Heritage. Since, he's been an independent researcher and consultant. He was director at the Antiquaries here from 2016 to 2021. He's an honorary visiting professor at Cardiff University and is one of the leaders of the fantastic project Rendlesham Revealed, funded by the lottery and co-managed by Suffolk County Council. So, Chris, over to you.
Thank you very much, Martin. Good morning, everybody. Can I say how gratifying it is to see a hall, a lecture theatre, so full, and to have so many people joining us online. I rather feared I might be talking to my fellow contributors and nobody else this morning, so that's wonderful. I would like to start by situating myself. So here I am in front of you, another white, Oxbridge-educated man of retirement age, come to talk to you about the future. And were it not for the fact that I'm the product of a Northern comprehensive school rather than privately educated, I could hardly better embody stereotypical views of archaeology as a discipline in the UK or the Society's fellowship. And I think there are lessons in that we need to take forward. Nonetheless, I hope what I'm going to say today has some wider resonance. So this is not a keynote. I can't claim to have the depth of knowledge, the breadth of expertise, or the clarity of strategic vision that would require. let alone the focused insight that we needed to encapsulate the massive entangled issues in 40 minutes. And I do find it mildly ironic that I've been asked to open today's discussion, because although when the Society published its manifesto, I was its Director of Research and Publications, I actually had no involvement with it beyond some prior policy discussions and some advisory input into the final editing. So contrary to what it says on the programme, I am not going to present the manifesto, nor am I going to discuss it in any detail. Everyone has had ample time to read it and to form their own opinions. Even if it doesn't fully reflect my personal views, I still find very little in its analysis and conclusions that I would fundamentally disagree with. And I know that my view is shared very much more widely in the profession than the formal corporate responses that the manifesto evoked would suggest. Instead, I'm going to say something from personal perspective about what prompted the Society to formulate and issue this statement, and then develop a little some of the issues that I think merit priority when we are considering how the practice and discipline of archaeology in England and further in the UK might be shaped and might be developed beneficially. And I should add that the manifesto is rooted in the Society's long-standing concern for the health of the historic disciplines in the United Kingdom and beyond, and in consistent policy positions that have been articulated in, for example, consultation responses to government and in policy and position papers issued in partnership with other learned and professional organisations. Well, the decision to formulate a vision statement came after the launch of the British Academy's report, Reflections on Archaeology, in 2017. And at the launch of that document, the Society was invited to make a response. Both that response and the thinking that followed from it were prompted by the feeling that there was a need for academic and professional interests to recognise a bigger picture and a wider environment, and by a conviction that if you are dissatisfied with the status quo, then criticism and tinkering with process are not in themselves enough. You have to offer some sort of alternative vision. The Society is, of course, a partner in the initiative 21st Century Challenges for Archaeology, led by the Chartered Institute for Archaeologists in Historic England. And I would urge everyone to follow its progress on the Chartered Institute's website. I personally see no contradiction at all between the process-focused work streams of CAP 21, as it is anagrammatized, and the wider issues espoused by the Society. The delivery of public benefit, rooted in a tradition of research excellence, is a central concern of the Society and something which it actively promotes. What I would say is that in my view, CAP 21 represents a substantial step back from the more ambitious agenda advocated by the Southport Group in its 2011 report. Taryn Nixon's assessment in CAP 21's project report in 2018 is quite bleak reading. And in my view, it makes starkly clear the scale of the retreat from a transformative vision, and it makes clear a sector-wide failure to embrace greater change when the going was relatively favourable. We now face a more challenging policy and resource environment than we did in 2017, when the Society formulated its response to the British Academy, or in 2019 and 2020, when the Society consulted on and then issued its manifesto. In my view, though, this makes it all the more important to identify and address the fundamental issues and to restate a strategic vision. As a profession, of course, we may tack in the face of prevailing winds, but without a destination and course, we are going nowhere and don't have much of a future. The Society's response to the British Academy sought to identify the strengths of archaeology in the United Kingdom and the major challenges it faced in England. It informed the the Society's manifesto, and in my view, it's still largely valid and relevant. So I will take a few minutes to summarize it. When we turn to strengths, by historical standards, we have large and broad academic and professional sectors, the latter, for now, embedded within a commercial market by planning, policy, and legislation. And we have a commitment to high standards of training and expertise. Consequent upon this, we have a jobs market and something approaching a career structure for university graduates, and a framework of professional organization and accreditation through the Chartered Institute. New technologies allow us to address research agendas barely dreamed of a generation ago, and to engage and communicate widely and immediately in new ways. One only has to think of the recent advances in biomolecular science, scientific dating, geographic information systems, big data, remote sensing, overwhelmingly wonderful new information from dynamic new approaches. More important, though, I think, is the wide and deep community of public interest and engagement with the past that exists across the country. This is evident in many ways, in the appetite for TV documentaries and for exhibitions, public lectures, and popular history and archaeology publications. It's evident in the numbers of paying visitors to National Trust and English Heritage Properties. It's evident in the success of crowdfunding and community heritage ventures. It's evident in the popularity of metal detecting, and it's evident in the inquiries about public participation that any archaeology or heritage project generates. When we turn to the challenges, archaeology is currently perceived as a niche and segmented, not altogether inaccurately, and there is a perception that it lacks vision and leadership. All different organizations all have separate agendas and vested interests to protect. Tensions exist between academic, commercial, and local authority sectors, and between these and the independent sector. Archaeology doesn't necessarily need a single champion, but it does need to speak with a common voice, informed by shared values, and recognizing the breadth and diversity of our constituency. It is difficult to see that this would need some new body, and there are already many whose remit is to link up across the sector and speak for the discipline. But it does perhaps need changes in attitude and culture, some of which may be uncomfortable. Archaeology needs its leadership organizations, including the Society of Antiquaries, to step up to the plate. There is a tendency perhaps to take refuge in a narrow and inward-looking view, defining archaeology methodologically in terms of techniques, rather than as a more inclusive domain that embraces study of all aspects of the material past, from material culture items, including manuscripts and books, to architecture, to landscapes. Too often, especially in planning and commercial archaeology, we perhaps lose sight of the reason for doing archaeology, which is to get back to past lives and the human story, and we become focused more on practice and process, with the result that what we do sometimes becomes a tick-box exercise with limited, wider intellectual and public value. Greater investment in partnerships between the academic and commercial sectors could make a material difference. But although there are notable exceptions, such partnerships have not generally been facilitated by current structures and practices. The Society's view is that there would be substantial benefit from restructuring the range of publicly funded heritage services on a regional basis. Regional groupings would embody a critical mass of expertise, offer economies of scale, and act as centers of professional excellence and as focal points of both academic and third sector involvement. Fewer regional historic environment records of a single data structure would allow broad research questions to be addressed and enable the protection of heritage assets to be considered within a framework of local, regional, and national research priorities, giving a clearer understanding of significance and reconnecting it with place. The preservation and recording of archaeological remains as part of the planning and development process are undertaken for wider public benefit. Perhaps the real challenge, and one that if tackled successfully has potential to help secure archaeology's long-term future, if not the future of some of its institutions or vested interests, is to mobilize the breadth and depth of public interest and support, recognizing that there is an appetite and expectation out there which needs to be met in a mature way that emphasizes the common social relevance of what we do and genuinely shares and fosters expertise and insight that doesn't just offer a packaged heritage experience or a packaged participator experience handed down by professionals in community engagement. This requires some modesty from professionals and academic practitioners who need to recognize that the public audience, although it may not necessarily have their specialist knowledge and understanding, does consist of individuals who are well educated, experienced, questioning, and expert in many other areas. And as an example of where we are now, while the current commercial regime has undoubtedly been very beneficial in many respects, we're in a position where a greatly increased number of excavations and interventions offers fewer and fewer chances for volunteers to get involved. I think we need to look hard at the financial race to the bottom and the aspects of competitive tendering that make it difficult or near impossible to tap into volunteer participation in commercial fieldwork. I would say that commercial site practice isn't so universally excellent that it can afford to sniff at the able amateur. And parachuting in a commercial team, divorcing practice from understanding of place, sometimes does little or nothing to engage those locally who are sympathetic and interested. Engaging genuinely and meaningfully with the broader public constituency that values and wants to be engaged in the study of the past is the way to ensure that archaeology, in its broadest sense, its broadest constituencies, thrives in the long term. Embracing and building an informed and engaged community of interest will help promote and consolidate wider understanding of, and advocacy of archaeology's public value, and this in turn will embed an understanding of the importance of the historic environment in the electorate. It will also increase capacity. Commercial and academic sectors need to consider the possibility that as resources diminish, significant work will increasingly be done by crowdsourcing, public programs, and volunteer initiatives, and to see the positives in citizen science rather than threats to current hierarchies. So the Society's conclusion was that in thinking about the future, we need to move beyond addressing the potential changes to the status quo that currently face some segments of the profession and face up to broader challenges. Above all, the need for the discipline as a whole to up its game in taking a genuinely open, inclusive, and forward-looking relationship with those who ultimately pay for it. These principles, aligned with the Southport vision, informed the Society's manifesto, offering, in the Society's own words, a mechanism that will encourage collaborative working across all sectors of the profession, enhancing archaeological research and providing information that will more effectively inform planning decisions. Underpinning this model is the principle that all archaeological work should ultimately be focused on public benefit, broadening participation, expanding knowledge, and promoting social cohesion, and making a positive contribution to the lives of communities. Motherhood and apple pie, you might think. Well, the purpose of today is to look forward, but in order to do so, it is necessary to note and respond to some of the main criticisms levelled at the manifesto when it was published. And I must stress here that I'm talking of critical responses received at the time, not the video contributions that colleagues have submitted as part of this seminar. I am a very important heritage professional and should have been personally consulted. This was a very small, but nonetheless disappointingly large set of responses from pompous old gentlemen of all genders and ages, mostly, as it happens, holding or recently holding middling niches in heritage organisations that had actually been formally and extensively consulted on what was in the manifesto. Some responses, again not many, alleged that the manifesto was another example of the long-term effort by reactionary gentlemen amateurs to denigrate and destroy professional archaeology. Well, no, of course it isn't. It's actually aimed at raising standards and cementing professional and academic expertise at the core of wider constituencies to the benefit of all. Other critical responses articulated more understandable if not necessarily securely founded, concerns. It is argued, for example, that the manifesto naively fails to recognise government agendas, particularly in respect of local government provision, and so that it is doomed to fail and dangerous to advocate. In my view, this is the bureaucrat's counsel of despair that cannot see any way beyond the curatorial sector. Of course, we can and must articulate what we would ideally want, even if we recognise and work within constraints and realities. It's argued that there's nothing wrong with an injection of resource to local government archaeological services wouldn't put right. But yes, resource is of course an issue, but this doesn't necessarily address the qualitative capacity issues, and this view doesn't look beyond, again, the local government silo. It is asserted, or has been asserted, that the sector must speak with one voice, and that dissent weakens advocacy, offering government excuses to do the dirty on the historic environment or the way in which services are currently structured. Well, in my view, debate is healthy and a sign of a robust discipline. If voicing alternative views seriously hinders policy advice to government from its statutory advisor or advocacy from professional bodies, then we have to question whether they have any real traction at all. It's been argued that regional structures already tried and failed. I don't think they have. The examples I've seen are of silo functions co-located in places, not of structures and working practices, working cultures that deliver constructive working in partnership across those silos. And then finally, there's the argument, well, we already do all this. Well, of course, there are many shiny examples of excellent and good practice, but I don't think as a profession we should kid ourselves that this is necessarily the norm, and we have to recognise that across the board there is far too much that is merely adequate or is not up to standard. And I want to make the point that neither in its response to the British Academy nor in the manifesto was the Society pointing the finger at others. Its response to the British Academy concluded, in not facing these broader challenges, the Society bears as much responsibility as other parties. We were once the leading body for archaeology, but have not kept sufficiently engaged as archaeology and the heritage professions have developed and changed. Looking forward, though, we welcome the opportunity to engage the Society's collective expertise and independent perspective in helping shape a fresh vision for our discipline, which is, after all, why we're here today. So where might we go? Having said all that, I want to turn finally to the issues raised in the manifesto that I think are of fundamental importance. I'll simply point out the image on the right shows our current president horizon scanning in 1987. And the issues I think that are of fundamental importance are generating knowledge and understanding, public engagement and participation, how as a profession we can better promote and enable these. And I'm not offering any unique insights, but I have a few observations that I hope might usefully help prompt our discussions today. Generating knowledge and understanding. It's why we do what we do. Every piece of fieldwork or recording should generate or contribute to an interpretative narrative or narratives. This depends on asking the right questions continually from the inception and design of a project through to the dissemination of its results and deploying the appropriate methods and resources. And it depends, in my view, on fostering expertise and empowering people to think, ensuring that everyone involved is as expert and engaged as possible and has the necessary support, and that best use is made of the resources and expertise available, whether or not these rest within a single organization. And critical here is being qualified to judge significance and having the confidence and autonomy to act on your judgments. In development-led archaeology, this applies as much to curatorial staff as to contractors. And of course, both planning authorities and contracting organizations have access to a range of practices, resources, and tools that can foster this, not least engagement with broader networks of practice and expertise. You don't know, don't be afraid to ask someone who does, whatever your seniority or the scale of the question or issue. Now, in my view, it's not hard to see how a regional network or networks drawing on the intellectual resources of national organizations, academic institutions, and independent expertise could be highly beneficial as fora for the sharing of expertise and experience and for bringing together expertise for specific projects or initiatives. And if I can give two examples, valuable as regional research frameworks are, even when regularly refreshed, they are point-in-time statements and too often embody concepts or approaches that are no longer current or useful. A forum of regional expertise would go some way towards offsetting such issues, which inevitably read over into curatorial briefs, would offset these issues through the existence, in effect, of a living embodiment of up-to-date research understanding that could directly inform and be informed by current curatorial perspectives and concerns. You would have something that would be both dynamic and agile. And it seems to me that such structures, providing a framework of mutual support and solidarity, founded on the principles of public benefit, would also help commercial archaeology to avoid the temptation to sell itself as a site clearance service for development, and to focus instead more on the positives of investigation for the broader public good. The case for public participation in citizen science is compelling. I think it is worth remembering that although I'm not advocating we return to the 1970s, this is the way in which most archaeology was done prior to the 1970s. The third sector and independent sector offer capacity and skills at a time of resource constraint, and I can see no fundamental reason why third sector and voluntary capacity should not be written into infrastructure and commercial projects, especially where these mesh, as they should, with local and regional research priorities, and so with projects run by academic institutions or local societies and groups. Some form of regional coordination and support structure would make it easier to engage third sector in independent capacity and help ensure that the efforts of, for example, local societies were directed towards priorities for understanding and conservation, whose definition they should help frame. There would be potential too to link up with nature conservancy activities in broader environmental conservation initiatives and with the broader wellness agenda. Such structures could also make a significant difference in providing longer-term opportunities to engage and contribute. At present, it can be difficult for those who've got the taste through community archaeology projects to build on this initial taster, develop skills, and to practice regularly. Regional hubs could facilitate this, providing frameworks of priority and opportunity, enabling groups to develop and run or contribute to useful projects over the long term, as well as providing a gateway to opportunities to develop, for example, processing and analytical skills through participation in professional and academic projects. And when we look to training and capacity building, there are implications here for the ways in which training in excavation, recording, surveying, and analytical skills are offered through community archaeology exercises. Short-term one-offs limit what can be offered and what skills and experience can be acquired. Longer-term programs that offset this and potentially offer more practice and participation-based pathways into the profession. Now, third sector and voluntary practitioners tend to be treated as cannon fodder, used for digging and for processing. In my view, they need to be encouraged and supported in developing proper recording and analytical skills, and in the reasons, justifications for, and aims of fieldwork. So, for example, I would like to see volunteers coming in regularly to clean and mark finds, something which often happens. I'd like to see them being engaged with the basic stratigraphy, structuring assemblages they're helping to process, and through that engaged, with that being encouraged to undertake elements of stratigraphic analysis. An important corollary of this, and something which does underpin this whole issue, is that amateur and volunteer groups, like professionals, should not be undertaking fieldwork, excavation, field survey, geophysics, whatever, without the capacity to analyze and disseminate. Again, it seems to me that some sort of regional structure that offers a network of device experience and good practice could have a role to play here. But I do want to emphasize that the need to step up runs both ways. The sort of engagement I envisage would require local societies, amateur archaeologists, volunteers, as well as some academic and professional practitioners, to move out of their comfort zone and to embrace things that they've chosen not to do so far. And so we come to what's probably the most controversial part of the manifesto, regional structures and collegial networks. In my view, a properly resourced and integrative regional structure for archaeology, as envisaged in the manifesto, would go a long way towards providing a favorable environment in which to address some long-standing issues, would help establish a sound basis for the future. It isn't, though, an end in itself, and it doesn't follow that the benefits can only be realized through a rigid, one-size-fits-all structural model. There's no reason why convening or coordinating such networks should fall to any particular institution, provided there is a collective commitment. And there are, of course, parts of the United Kingdom and subject domains where elements of such integrative networks already exist and could be built on. And I think it is probably more helpful to think in terms of regional collegiality than to insist on a rigid regional structure. Similarly, in developing and promoting integrative and inclusive good practice, we don't need to wait for some reorganization or review of local government provision, or for some sector-wide review that might take years to report. Rather than waiting for top-down change, we can drive improvements from the bottom up, confident that when people see the benefits from better ways of working, they will, all other things being equal, adopt, adapt, and develop them. Incremental change can, by example, snowball. And I would like to see the Society of Antiquaries, which has the advantage of agility in the support it can offer, enabling such approaches through partnerships and grant aid. Now, however it is configured, enabled, and delivered, this all depends on cultures of communication and collegiality that share insight and experience. Standards and guidance for our profession are, of course, valuable, but ours is a vastly diverse discipline in which we daily face the new as well as the familiar. Rather than one size fits all, we should be about the intelligent application of guiding principles and the need to be sharing experience and solutions. And I think we might usefully look to other spheres for practical examples of what might be achieved and how we might achieve it. For example, although the analogy is not exact, we could do worse than look at what people are trying to achieve for the National Health Service through the Academy of Fabulous Stuff, which is an unofficial but service-wide resource through which people who have faced particular issues articulate the problems they've faced, their solutions and the other problems, and invite, in effect, people to come and either improve on what they've done or use their experience to address similar issues that they face. It's a repository of solutions and thoughts, and it does seem to me to be a really good model. So it is possible to remain optimistic about the future of archaeology in England if we look beyond professional, academic, and institutional silos. I'm not starry-eyed about this. There will be difficulties. While there is a widespread appetite for change and a willingness to embrace it, individuals face constraints of time, energy, resource, and opportunity, and there is not always a clear sense of where archaeology, as a knowledge domain and a community of practice, should be going. And we must also recognize that there is no sector across the landscape of our discipline, professional, academic, independent, or voluntary, that is entirely free from pockets of entrenched attitudes, complacency, or inertia. Now, this slide, of course, is caricature, but these are all responses that I've heard time after time after time in forum discussions about how to deliver better outcomes as reasons for not embracing change, reasons for embracing inertia. But we can't let these hold us back. Securing the future rests, in my view, on embracing the need for cultural change and being honest about what this requires from us in everyday practice, as well as in the structures through which we work. To do this, we have to put knowledge, creation, and understanding at the heart of what we do quite explicitly, and build a wider community of interest by fostering genuinely open, inclusive, and forward-looking relationships with our fellow citizens. Without minimizing the immediate challenges facing our discipline arising from the policy and resource environments, and without in any way questioning the value of any initiative to improve professional standards and processes. I submit also that there are two other existential threats to our discipline, and these are failures of vision and failures of ambition. So thank you for listening, and I hope that I've given you some food for thought.
Thank you very much, Chris. That, I think, gives us a very good agenda for the day. We've got a few minutes now if there are any questions specifically to Chris on what he said. I want to preserve this afternoon for the broader discussion. Are there any clarifications or questions?
Hi, Hi, I'm Jim Hunter and I work for National Highways as their Principal Cultural Heritage Advisor. I'm interested to hear what you say about volunteers. On the A14, we employed at the height of the excavation 250 archaeologists, 60% of whom we had to recruit from abroad. Health and safety is paramount on large infrastructure projects, and tier one contractors think that archaeologists are a bunch of cowboys anyway, not without a certain amount of good reason. Under those circumstances, trying to integrate volunteers into work on site would be pretty much impossible, I would say. What we can do, and indeed what we do at National Highways, is set aside particular parts of a project for community archaeology excavations. And I think that's the way forward for integration and indeed public benefit. We are very much, it's very interesting to hear some of the things you suggest. We're doing a lot of those already. And it's great to hear that you're coming from that point of view. The idea that more work could be undertaken by volunteers, generally, I find a dangerous one that chimes too strongly with the neoliberal view that things like libraries can be run by volunteers. What happens is that in fact, there's a misunderstanding of what it takes to run a library professionally.
I welcome that, and I'd like to clarify 2 points there. I think the area in infrastructure projects and the fact that you put aside areas for community archaeology, I think is great. I think there's a attitude issue there, perhaps, which is you put those aside as an integrated element rather than community archaeology. You're integrating the community with what you're doing rather than putting the brackets around community archaeology. I mean, that's one of the broader points I'd make. The second one in infrastructure projects, where you've got a tremendous lead in time, is that it seems to me that the opportunity, when I say a lead in time, you've got years of thought going into it. You know they're coming. Is the opportunity in the evaluation period to use local societies and other volunteers in the field evaluation, the field work and so forth. Now, I know that there are going to be a whole set of reactions from professionals and sort of COMDAM regulations and so forth. This, I simply put it out that I think across the construction sector, there needs to be, and the archaeological sector which deals with it, there needs to be some constructive thought, as you have been doing, about what can actually be achieved. There is another issue which I hear it said, I've heard it said, for example, that you wouldn't pull somebody off the street to perform brain surgery. Similarly, you wouldn't get a volunteer in to dig. Site excavation isn't brain surgery. Site excavation is a craft practice which some people can pick up quite easily after 2 or 3 days. Some people never. Some people never pick it up. And so we shouldn't fetishize it as that element as a graduate profession. If you're a good graduate, you're better at it and you know much more about what you're doing and you're better equipped to analyze it. But we should be honest about what non-professionals can offer, and we should be honest about the skill levels that can be achieved and could be used. I mean, I'm talking about broader capacity, not just in construction contracts, construction projects, but in broader conservation understanding projects. Then that's the sort of issue that I'm trying to highlight.
I'm going to. We got a broader discussion this afternoon.
And I'll respond to that by saying archaeologists need not be.
We now have, thanks Chris for that introduction and those summarising those views. We now have a series of 4 panelists who are going to contribute. We're doing this in alphabetical order. We couldn't think of a better way of doing it. So we welcome first Lizzie. We welcome first Lizzie from the Heritage Alliance. The Heritage Alliance, I'm sure Lizzie will say a little bit about, as she's been chief exec since 2016. Previous career as a civil servant, including time spent as private secretary to culture ministers, so she knows her way around Whitehall. She has a degree in archaeology and anthropology from Oxford and an MA in art history from Birkbeck. Evenings, so showing that passion for the subject by studying in the evenings at that great institution that is now sadly under some threat, and is a fellow of the Society. She's also a mother to 2 small girls, and balances that with her professional work as Heritage Alliance, representing the broad sector to government and to ourselves. So over to you, Lizzie, to present.
Thank you. Can you hear me? I sometimes need to adjust. I'm a little bit shorter than other speakers. So good morning. It's really good to join you today. And I've been asked to kind of zoom out really and take us on a bit of a canter through the current political and policy landscape for heritage and archaeology, which is, I think, really important context for today's discussion. So I'm not going to be going too much into the issues specifically for archaeology or too much into the manifesto discussion. I'm going to be looking at the context in which we find ourselves for today's discussion. And we'll also look at some of the current opportunities for us to demonstrate how heritage can address a host of public policy problems. It's part of the solution to the future of our discipline, from levelling up to well-being to climate change. And pertinently, where all the organisations here today can work collaboratively for change together, which is absolutely critical. Checking my slides are actually moving. There we are. I don't want to assume everyone knows about the Heritage Alliance, but apologies to those who do, including trustees and friends and members who are here today. So I'll just do a very quick introduction. So the Heritage Alliance, the organisation I run, is the umbrella body and the voice of independent heritage organisations in England. We are the biggest coalition of heritage interests in the UK. And before my time, I'm not saying this is a particular accurate calculation, but we think we represent at least 7 million staff, volunteers and members. Probably more now, as the National Trust is a huge component of that, Hannah here today, and at least almost 190 organisational members, as well as some individual supporters as well. So we don't have everyone, but we do have a good constituency, and we're very keen to represent archaeology as part of that bigger conversation about heritage and in its broadest sense. So we act as we try to be a powerful independent advocate for England's heritage to government, to policymakers, to politicians, and also to other side sectors as well, which is also critical. And we support capacity building, we deliver training and share our learning and expertise. Our new strategy, which isn't particularly too far off our previous strategy, has 4 key pillars. So advocacy, absolutely key, but communicating and connecting, critical for today. Insight and generating insight, much of which comes from those of you in the room. We can't advocate without that. And sustainability and resilience. And our members range from huge organisations such as the National Trust, English Heritage, big organisations that have archaeology absolutely within them, Canala River Trust, through to private owners of heritage such as historic houses, the church organisations, to many different organisations of various sizes, down to tiny individual sites with interests and expertise in from archaeology to steam trains, vintage vehicles, conservation, churches, museums, heritage science, tourism, the list goes on, and academic institutions. And we're growing our membership in that space. It's a really important conversation to be had between those in the sector and those in academia as well. And we represent charities who operate in the public interest, owners who act as custodians of their properties, often inadvertent custodians of heritage, and a host of professional bodies. Don't worry about the detail of this slide, and those online with us may not be able to see it. It doesn't matter. I borrowed it from Rob Lennox. Thank you, Rob. It's the complexity that I want to demonstrate. There are so many organisations today with a passionate interest, and it's a really complicated sector made up of a mix of private sector, public bodies and charities. And the Heritage Alliance exists where we can to coordinate them, make the case for their collective interests, and ensure that we operate as more than the sum of our many parts. And I think particularly for today's conversation, it's about bringing parts of our sector into the wider conversations about heritage as a whole. And this is particularly important, I think, for today's discussion and looking at what the future might be for the discipline. And we have many archaeology organisations in our membership. There's a snapshot a couple of months ago. You'll see there that about a third of organisations say archaeology is their primary purpose. So that doesn't include some of the organisations that absolutely have archaeology as a huge part of what they do. So it's not an insignificant part, and that's why it's so important in our work. And some of the things that we do, a lot of you will know this already, you'll be very involved in it, but we work with government to make the case, we respond to consultations, we try and use the strength in our numbers to support each other where there are particular things that we need to be advocating for. So bringing a sector behind archaeological interests sometimes, or bringing a sector behind historic house interests, so that we are acting as more than our individual parts. Coordinating strategic thinking for the future, thought leadership and insight based on that cycle of delivery, understanding what we're delivering, knowing what need is, and feeding that back through as we deliver programs. And we're increasingly doing quite a lot of sector support as well, often in the non-heritage business and communications and fundraising skills that heritage organisations need, because we need to be resilient, good businesses as well into the future, whether we're charities or not. We need to be thinking in that way. And absolutely key to our work is evidence-based advocacy. The Antics has an important role to play in this as well. That we need the evidence for the need for change. We need to base our arguments on what is happening. We need to situate it within the political zeitgeist. And we need to consider and gather and have access to the evidence that is out there to help us. We need different types of evidence for different audiences. The Treasury needs something different, perhaps, to DCMS, different again to MPs and those who have different constituencies, but evidence is particularly critical. And I'm just going to take us on a very, very quick journey through how did we get to where we got today. This is not a history lesson, it's a very quick canter, most of it looking at the kind of incredibly turbulent politics that we've seen in recent years. So in the UK, we find ourselves in a place where heritage, civil society and politics is thoroughly intertwined, and on the whole, it's a really good thing. Heritage protection has always been a matter of civic engagement, and the antiques was, of course, there right at the beginning of this process. And most legislation has in the past been the result of a combination of public pressure, the passion of individual leaders and individual politicians. And the political cause for the historic environment is very much a part of our own national story, and many societies, many of which are represented today, were born and run from voluntary effort at the beginning, at least. And our system for most of its history has represented a partnership between civil society and the state. Combination of private, state, charitable, commercial and lottery spheres is one of its great strengths. The system has grown often piecemeal and organically, responding to threats and situations as well as public feeling. And our heritage protection system is variously made up of all the elements on this slide, from public ownership through legislation, tax incentives, funding, lottery money, professional expertise and advice, education and outreach, and international involvement. And we mustn't forget that a lot of heritage is in private hands. And there have been various themes over this time. A shift from protecting special places to also caring for more everyday places. A move from the influence of personal ideas to a more government-backed, systematic and bureaucratic approach. It can be improved, it's still quite piecemeal, but a shift over the last 100 or so years in that space. A shift in focus from just intrinsic value to the instrumental value that heritage offers. And we've been really subject to the ups and downs of public interest and their thirst for the new. We've seen this over the last century with private houses, with the taste for certain types of heritage, and how interested politicians, government and others of philanthropic giving might be to our particular part of the sector. And we've also largely benefited, and we're still very much on a journey, from a growing environmental consciousness. So a quick refresher on the incredibly turbulent politics of recent years. So even since I've been within the Heritage Alliance, and this provides a context for much of our work in the policy sphere, raising multiple challenges as well as some opportunities. In 2016, the year I moved out of government, saw a series of unprecedented changes, both domestically and internationally, at the political and the social level. I think we could scarcely have imagined 3-4 years ago the significant and threefold political change that occurred over the space of a couple of months during that period. So it was 2016, in fact. So yes, further back now, actually, it's kind of 5-6 years ago. A Leave vote at the referendum, an almost entirely new government, only 1 year on from a general election, newly configured ministries, not to mention the challenges over the pond, which continue. 2017 saw the rise of Parliament, with a snap general election leading to a minority government. And of course, many of us know that when this happens, Parliament becomes more important, and it's really difficult for any government to achieve any substantial or controversial change. Brexit began, took up significant airtime. We did see some positives emerging over this period. Lobbying led to, well, a heritage statement back in 2017 from ministers, an interest at that time, the formation of a heritage council, which brings heritage leaders and government departments around a table to think ahead about heritage, not just about it being about DCMS, but absolutely archaeology and heritage is very much influenced by other government agendas. And this committee, this council continues today. And this was also about avoiding inadvertent damage. Often our profession is very much the victim of things that are absolutely not about us, but that can affect us. 2018, a lot of deck chair shuffling, multiple ministerial changes, resignations, and the beginning of some really significant Brexit and planning reform agendas, alongside a focus at that point on the UK's future soft power. This is all before COVID. 2019, 2020, a potential political time bomb. We had a real dystopian existence, I think, a divided Britain over COVID, North-South divides, lockdown or no lockdown, Brexit and Remain, Tory and Labour, the UK versus nations and national approaches, Black Lives Matter debates. We had an incredibly nervous government, a very nervous civil service, and there was a real centralisation of power to number 10 at this point. There was also a danger with the focus on the pandemic that Brexit, very pertinent for our profession, was quietly ticking on while everyone was looking the other way. Huge questions and implications unanswered and impacts being seen now. And just a reminder of what we're emerging from, not that we need a reminder, for many organisations, we're still very occupied with the longer tail of pandemic Britain and the impacts of COVID. It feels like we're emerging from the gloom. We're sat in a room together today, but parts of the sector are absolutely still struggling. Their reserves have been eroded, the well-being of staff and audiences has taken a knock, and COVID will have a longer tail beyond the now. But what the sector has endured and achieved over this period is incredible. We have many reasons to be optimistic. We have new methods and tools for collaboration. There's lots to take from it as well into the future. And we have a reason to be grateful as a collective, and it's worth noting how effectively we did pull together over this period and work collaboratively. The heritage sector was supported by a range of help from Historic England, the National Lottery, Heritage Fund's emergency programmes, the pan-economic support measures that were a lifeline, such as job retention, furloughing essentially, and the DCMS's culture recovery funding saved many organisations from immediate collapse. And not every sector got this. We did make an exceptionalist argument and it was successful. Part of the challenge for us now is continuing to make that argument in the face of further challenges. And we did receive, I would say, an investment, not a bailout. We are good custodians, but there's much ahead to tackle. And the second part of what I'm going to talk about is focused on that. So what's next for us? Firstly, I think it's important to note that the pandemic brought little that was new in terms of challenge. It's clear from all the programmes that we run in the Alliance that many of the problems organisations were facing represented pre-existing issues exacerbated by the hardships of the pandemic. Many of these will be similar across the world. We need funding, we have skills gaps, we've heard some of this today already. We're disproportionately made up of charities or private owners who need support to be good custodians as a sector as a whole, of course. Digitally, we need to ensure we're ahead of the curve, not left behind. And there are many skills, particular issues emerging from the Brexit decision. We continue to argue for positive change in this area, in these areas, as well as sharing good practice, which is really important. Often small changes can have a large impact, and we are a creative sector, and we need to demonstrate that we're safe hands, and particularly that our huge contributions socially, economically, environmentally, and for people's well-being. So what will this mean for our sector into the future, and what opportunities can we take from it for change? And just a quick slide as well on what we've learned over this period that I think is important for us to reflect on. These are not heritage specific areas, a lot of these, but they're important for how we work as organisations and together into the future. So our programmes, for instance, which were focused on supporting people, paramedic programmes to get their organisations through this period. We had Heritage Digital focused on digital skills, competence and capability. Our DASH survey working with the lottery looked at people's confidence in those digital skills and areas. Rebuilding programme looked at business skills, comm skills, etc. And what did we learn? We're on a journey. Challenges aren't new. We'll continue to be on this journey. The business critical change took place, but a lot of innovation was not anchored in organisational strategy. We had to do it. So we need to be looking now at what innovation needs to happen, not just the have to happen because we were in a crisis. There's a space and a need for vision from heritage leaders. Volunteers and trustees have a key role to play in their organisation's journey as well as staff. Unsurprisingly, people are missing the human and face-to-face element. Isn't it wonderful we're here again today? Fostering exchange is really important for wellbeing and informal learning. Sector support programmes did help heritage organisations, but there's a bridge needed to innovation. We can't do everything right now. We need to get some basics right. And this is important not only in the non-heritage skills, but in the way that we work as well. But every challenge and gap we're identifying gives a future direction and opportunity for focus. There are many opportunities. And just 3 points that our new chair, Pam Alexander, noted at Heritage Day. This could be a real period of opportunity. There's many more that are here, and we'll reflect on a few more. But many more people are accessing heritage in its broadest sense. Chris spoke about this morning and have greatly valued, for instance, open spaces during the pandemic, programming, digital access, etc., and new ways that we can be articulating our passion and the value of what we do. There's a growing recognition amongst decision makers that they're investing in us, not bailing us out, that heritage delivers positive outcomes for society too. And we've learned a lot through this crisis. I reflected on some of this. Our skills will help diverse audiences to engage, and we need to continue to develop these. What's on the political horizon? We have to engage with this. A government in flux, international conflicts, fuel and cost of living crisis, climate change. Our sector has existed for a long time. we've been through many things. We have peaks and troughs and we have to go through these cycles, but this is quite an unprecedented period, and it's one that we are operating within in all the things that we're thinking about. A really worrying poll, for instance, for the Times around the leadership contest, the last leadership contest, revealed that Conservative members actually couldn't care less about cutting greenhouse gas emissions. Hitting net zero came bottom in a list of 10 priorities before cutting personal taxes, hiking defence spending. Just 4% of respondents in that particular poll said saving the planet was on their top 3 priorities. So sometimes political views and the society's views and what is right are also not always aligned and are part of this ongoing dialogue. It's a crazy time. Key moments coming up, autumn budget just gone, levelling up a regeneration bill and levelling up decisions. We find ourselves in this context, some opportunities there as well. There are some important heritage clauses, for instance, in the levelling up and regeneration bill, including statutory HERS. Let's hope they remain. There'll also likely be a review of the National Planning Policy Framework next year. Decisions about cost of living support are going to be really important for us as individuals and for our sector. We're not the highest paid sector. We need to be looking after our people, and these decisions really matter for the operation of our organisations. There'll be choices about manifesto pledges. They're being created now. Each party does this differently. And we're still awaiting the heritage statement. There was one in 2017. There was supposed to be one last year. What will happen next with 3 ministers on since that promise? I'm seeing our new minister next Tuesday to talk about these things. So finally, I'm just coming around to a few key themes that I think we really need to have in mind as we're talking today. They're important ones for the heritage sector, but they're also important ones for society, and we absolutely operate within this political and society zeitgeist of the day. So firstly, recovery and resilience, we can't forget about this. I've already outlined quite a bit around this theme, as well as the anticipated long tail of COVID impacts compounded by Brexit. It's so hard sometimes to extricate the various layering of kind of perma-crisis that we're experiencing right now. The current cost of living crisis is currently very live, but it layers on top of COVID, on top of Brexit, and on top of structural funding issues that we have experienced for multiple years as a sector. And we need to keep working together to build resilience, turning this adversity into opportunity to grow and do new things, do things differently. And we've been really inspired by many of our members in the Alliance in how they're doing this. As part of that theme, we have the cost of living challenge, which is emerging in this area. Fuel prices, cost of materials, cost of labour. We've already heard about our reliance as a sector on European labour from the archaeology perspective. Impacts on archaeological departments as well, take up for the subject, inflation, and also cost of living has been cited in the Association of Leading Visitor Attractions regular public sentiment survey as a new and significant barrier for people engaging in domestic tourism and engaging in things. Volunteers can't necessarily afford to volunteer anymore. They can't afford to get to the site if they fund that themselves. There are some big issues that we're going to need to be tackling. And these are the 5 key themes up on the slide that are emerging from at present are 90 pieces of anecdotal evidence. We're working with Historic England at the moment in providing an evidence desk where we're trying to gather everything that's out there, every way that our sector is experiencing challenge in this widest sense. So please do send things in to us as well. It's not just for our members at this point. So energy bills and heating, obviously, staff, including retention of volunteers, retention of staff, salaries, recruitment, redundancy, consumer confidence, I mentioned, the need to cut costs, to cut programming, the knock-on effect on contractors and programmers and our education people, and COVID impacts, lack of reserves and less resilience within organisations to cope. It sounds quite gloomy. It's not all gloomy, but there is some gloom here, and I think we need to be real about it. And finally, in this particular topic, skills, we've talked about this, an important and connected overarching theme for this year, as well as the future of volunteering, the skills of our workforces, paying conditions, the workforce pipeline, the reduction in student numbers, student departments, looking at archaeology. These are all really big factors. We've had some big successes or some initial successes. For instance, the Migration Advisory Committee's shortage occupation list recognised archaeology. It recognised architecture, but it needs to continue to do so. It needs to come through into practice. And there are other absolutely important elements of heritage skill that need to go on that list. It's about to be reviewed again. And as Kate Geary said last night at our annual heritage debate, where we looked ahead to 2042, and I think these are really wise and useful points to be making. Archaeology and heritage is about people. We need to be more diverse voices telling these stories about the past. This room has diversified from what this room may have been 50 years ago, but it still needs to go further. The skills that archaeology draws are similarly diverse and require a diversity of routes to develop and sustain them. We've heard about that already. I'm sure we'll talk about that more. Sustainable careers require sustainable business models rooted in the values that archaeology brings to society. We also need to understand the challenges that we may face in the future and the skills we're going to need to address them. 20 years from now, we need to be working now on this. And without a skilled and valued workforce, we cannot maximise the benefits that archaeology brings to society. And I'm talking about workforce in its broadest sense. We are also talking about volunteering. We're talking about all those with a hand in our sector. Number two, a relatively new government buzzword about a year ago, levelling up, an associated investment programme, brings a host of opportunities for situating heritage at the heart of local and community recovery. It started as an education term and later became a catch-all for economic and social opportunity. And now it is associated also with a planning bill, which is the Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill, which is currently continuing to make its journey through Parliament. With some important elements, as I say, such as statutory hers and a number of things in the heritage chapter that are critical, and we need to preserve them, we need to keep them in there. But there are also some challenges with the concept of levelling up. Investing in areas set by government doesn't necessarily allow for nuance of the socio-economic lay of the land. Lots of places that score highly on poverty indices are in places of relative wealth. Plus investing outside of London has been decided without too much warning time for a lot of organisations, leaving them dependent on scrabbling around for funding that's assessed in particular ways. And it also ignores the fact that many people kind of move to particular places and the utilities and the opportunities that go with it. But the levelling up agenda is a really important one, and archaeology is everywhere, heritage is everywhere, and we have something for everyone. And I think it's really telling that a lot of the conversations and a lot of the discussion about levelling up is absolutely mentioning heritage high streets, heritage investment, heritage at the heart of this place agenda. We're at the heart of place. Third, the environmental and climate change agenda. Young people care about this agenda. Our future leaders, our future archaeologists care about this agenda. Government has commitments on net zero. Good refurbishment and retrofit, of course, is better over the life of a building than much new build. And there's increasing evidence behind the case for recycling existing properties. Heritage can also be part of the solution for many of these problems. Our landscape, our buildings, our sites are very much affected by climate change, and we need to be understanding that. We need to be working in that context, understanding the continuum between culture and nature and the fact that they are not diametrically opposed. If you heard DEFRA speak, you'd think they are, but they're absolutely not, and we know that. So how can we make a difference? So far from being a barrier to mitigation and adaptation, heritage can offer solutions. As outlined in the Historic Environment Forum's flagship report on heritage and climate change, Heritage Responds, really commend that to you to be looking at. And the sector is collaborating on climate like never before within each organisation, across task groups and networks, communicating the value of heritage, committing to the net zero journey, working on training and skills, decarbonising heritage, supporting and enabling sustainable communities and strengthening resilience through adaptation, championing nature and culture-based solutions working together, improving energy efficiency, building new and particularly traditional skills for sustainability. Sometimes the traditional skills are absolutely the best. Pioneering research and innovation. Archaeology is a huge part of this. And then where I'm heavily involved, advocacy, awareness raising and best practice and showing that we're part of the solution in this space. And there's a number of policy interventions that can help, ranging from VAT for repair. I talk about this every time I talk. It's not the right context, particularly for making the case for tax incentives with government, but incentives to recycle is really, really important. Integrating heritage into new environmental land management payments and plans, really, really important and at risk. Protecting and promoting heritage in the planning system, adaptation and reuse over new build. And archaeology's role in part of that planning process around around new build and new sites and infrastructural developments, and raising understanding and practice where nature and land are part of the solution and heritage can work with it as part of the solution and their connectivity. Now, very swiftly, because I'm out of time, diversity, access and inclusion, I'm sure we'll be talking about this today, really important area brought to the fore in wider sector debates over the last couple of years. Heritage is for everyone. We need to work together to do more in this space, from audiences to workforce. The Alliance produced a report on heritage health and wellbeing in 2020, and it noted that inclusivity should be a priority if the sector wants to achieve wellbeing benefits and work towards a more equal society. Health inequality is worsening, and despite the overrepresentation of people from socioeconomically and disadvantaged groups and from Black, Asian and minority ethnic communities in healthcare services, evidence shows that when these groups that they are underrepresented in cultural activities, even though they are overrepresented in the health sphere, And despite efforts to promote inclusivity, these can be compromised by issues from physical access to properties and sites, and how our conditions might be working on particular sites, and the fact that these sectors speak different languages. And we need to be speaking the same language and making sure we're thinking about each other's priorities in this space. It's not one we can canter over, but it's just a quick reflection here now. And finally, the world stage, changing all the time, a host of challenges. We talked about soft power and our expertise, but also that we can't lose the spirit of learning and collaboration across international borders that has always been a strength in these challenging times. It's rightly at the centre of our national offer and our international engagement offer, worth a lot of money to this country, which we need to make the case in government, but also worth a lot in terms of our practice and what we learn from each other. And we're also beginning to see these impacts of Brexit, and we can't ignore them on movement of people, on skills shortages, availability of materials and specialist materials, and compounded by the other things that I've spoken about. The tragic situation in Ukraine reminds us that cultural heritage often comes under attack in times of war because it's part of our nation's identity, from its folk art to its places of worship. It comes under attack because it really matters to us as nations, and that's why we're at the heart of our nation's future as well. There's much to reflect on. As I noted before, it's a moment also for optimism as well as challenge, for us to think collectively about the way to learn from each other, share best practice, and consider how best to make the case for the transformative role of archaeology and heritage for society more broadly. I hope today will provide a useful opportunity for reflection for archaeology as part of this larger endeavour. Sorry, I ran over by a couple of minutes there.
Thank you very much, Lizzie. That gives us a very good broad context for thinking about the more specific issues that we're turning to with the manifesto and the discussion this afternoon. I'm going to move on directly to the next speaker. Just give Annabelle 2 seconds to do the PowerPoint. While Annabelle's on screen, it's a very great pleasure to welcome Akira Matsuda from Tokyo to come to talk to us today, giving us an outside view of the topic. Akira is someone who's sort of a UK link with Japanese archaeology. He's an associate professor at the University of Tokyo with research interests in public archaeology and heritage management. He did his PhD at UCL, where I had the great pleasure of being his external examiner, and was subsequently a lecturer at UEA and a consultant to UNESCO's Division of Cultural Heritage. He's centrally interested in these issues of public archaeology, as well as doing his own sort of work the other side of the world. So welcome, Akira, and thank you for coming to talk to us today.
Thank you, Martin. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Akira Matsuda, a fellow of the Society of Antiquaries of London, and I work at the University of Tokyo, Japan, as Martin just said. You may wonder why I take part in this seminar. So let me first of all say a few words about myself. As Martin briefly mentioned, I did my PhD at UCL Institute of Archaeology, focusing on a public archaeology project in Italy. We were then, and actually are still, excavating a Roman site buried by eruptions of Mount Vesuvius, a little bit like Pompeii and Herculaneum, but our work takes place on the northern side of the mountain. For my PhD, I looked at how local communities engage or do not engage with our excavation. And during this PhD, I got involved in a project, aside from my thesis, comparing UK, Japan's national systems of development-led archaeology. And that was because I met the chief archaeologist of the Agency for Cultural Affairs, national government of Japan, who contemplated on how to best manage Japan's development-led archaeology. And he was particularly interested in the effects of privatization, as Japan was then under pressure to privatize its development-led archaeology. So hoping to learn what was going well, what wasn't, after the introduction of PPG 16 in England, he came along here several times together with his colleague, who is a field archaeologist based in Osaka and well-versed in the development-led archaeology of Japan. And I helped them meet various colleagues in England who worked in archaeological units, county councils, universities, and English heritage before it split, in order to compare how development-led archaeology worked in the two countries. Professor Simon Kainer kindly introduced us to a number of key individuals in that process. Then I began working at UEA and subsequently at the University of Tokyo, and I have kept advising, also on an ad hoc basis, colleagues at the Agency for Cultural Affairs on development-led archaeology, offering them an international perspective. In 2010, PPS5 was introduced, followed by MPPF in 2012, and I paid close attention to how they were affecting the course of development-led archaeology in England. I found the 2011 Southport report really visionary. And by that time, I was convinced that having an international perspective helps us understand the development-led archaeology of one country much better. It is tried to say that what is taken for granted in one country, it may just be unimaginable or just never considered in another country. So I went on to look at how development archaeology is undertaken in other European countries too. And for that purpose, I greatly benefited from the output of the EU-supported Discovering the Archaeologists of Europe project. And I noticed the face of Kenny Aitchison there. Thank you, Kenny, for taking a lead on this really groundbreaking and beneficial endeavor. This DISCO project subsequently inspired us to hold a series of seminars in Japan, inviting colleagues from England, France, and Sweden to compare the advantages and disadvantages of different systems of development and archaeology in each country. And now let me concisely explain development archaeology in Japan, and after that, I will comment on the Manifesto, Society's Manifesto. First, a few basic facts. Japan has a population of about 125 million, very roughly, twice as large as England. And its land area is about 3 times as big as England. We have a 2-tier local government subdivision, 47 prefectures, and 1,724 municipalities. And also very briefly about 8 regions, because the manifesto's key proposal is to create regionally based research hubs. Japan is often divided into 8 regions, as shown in different colors in the map. And national government policy is sometimes organized along these 8 regions, but this is not an official division. A bit like the 9 regions in England, which are no longer official local government units, but are still commonly referred to. Now, moving on, development-led archaeology in Japan. Polluter pays principle has been in place since 1958. So Japan's development-led archaeology is essentially developer-funded, just like it's England. But as in England, preservation by record is not a legal obligation, but only an administrative instruction. so no penalty or punishment, even in case the developer destroys an archaeological site without administratively instructed but not legally required excavation. Fortunately, such cases are very rare, as the administrative instruction is followed very well. Currently, about 8,000 development excavations take place in a year, which can be compared to about 350 research excavations, mostly carried out by university-based archaeologists a year. In other words, more than 95% of archaeological excavation in Japan are development-led and funded by developers, so more or less similar to England. But what differs in Japan is that only about 3% of all the development-led excavations are carried out fully by private units. This is because most excavation take place, this is because most development excavations are undertaken by archaeologists working at local government, namely prefectures and municipalities, or at what we call semi-public archaeological units established by local governments. The difference between the archaeologists directly employed by local governments and the archaeologists employed by semi-public archaeological units is that the former's salary is fully paid by local governments, while the latter's salary is covered by the cost of excavation to be paid by developers. This diagram shows the total expenditure of development-led excavations in Japan. You just need to look at the highest line. Reflecting Japan's rapid economic growth in the 1970s and 1980s, the money spent on development-led excavation jumped drastically, and it hit its peak in 1997. But the economic downturn began in the 1990s, which resulted in the drastic fall of expenditure of development-led excavations. And we are currently near the right extreme end. 8,000 development-led excavation in a year, which costs about 436 million pounds in total, so almost 4 times the amount of the equivalent figure of England. Most of this amount is spent for excavations, as I said earlier, carried out by local governments or their semi-public archaeological units. Now, let me explain development archaeology in Japan from a different angle. The national government, the state, is responsible for the designing and running of the whole system, but is not involved in each excavation unless it is of notable importance that can lead to designation, equivalent of scheduling in England. Every excavation is supervised by local government. Quality control is supposed to take place there, but this quality control is not based on explicit standards such as the Charter's Institute standards, and I think this is where Japan falls behind. Anyway, the first 2 points are more or less similar to the situation in England. But as I said earlier, the third point is characteristic of the Japanese system. Most excavations are undertaken by local governments or some public archaeological units established by local governments. And excavations carried out by private units are still a minority. Private units are contracted typically in big cities where the scale of development is large, and local governments and their semi-public units cannot do all the excavation by themselves. In such cases, tendering happens, and the units which make successful bids do excavations. Here you see the number of archaeologists working on development-led excavation by sector. For the purpose of this talk, you can forget about the national government. More importantly, local governments, namely prefectures and municipalities, and their semi-public archaeological units employ the bulk of archaeologists working on development-led archaeology excavations. In total, about 5,500. 1,007 at the level of prefectures and 3,800 at the level of municipalities. Archaeologists at the level of prefectures tend to work on excavations preceding large-scale development work, such as motorway constructions, often straddling multiple municipalities. And archaeologists at the level of municipalities more often work on excavation resulting from small-scale development projects. One thing should be also mentioned about the private units. Some of them are subsidiaries of big developers. I suppose many, perhaps not most, major archaeological units in England are charitable trusts. But in Japan, certain units are purely commercial companies that need to operate in the interest of developers. So probably that's quite unique, or at least a characteristic of the Japanese situation. And perhaps because of this, local governments need to play a major role in Japan's development-led excavations to make sure that developer-funded archaeology generates public benefit without being too strongly influenced by the developer's interests. I personally believe that it is good that local governments play a major role, but this might work only if they can afford to do so financially. Earlier, I showed you this diagram and said that the expenditure of development-led excavations in Japan fell drastically after 1997 due to the economic slump. You may wonder what happened to the jobs of the archaeologists. Now, this diagram shows the number of archaeologists employed by local governments and their semi-public archaeological units. For the sake of brevity, please just look at the highest line that shows the total numbers. Today, the total number stands at 5,500, but at its peak in 2001, the top, this total was 7,100. So about 1,600 jobs gone. It was a big drop, but not as drastic, as the drop of the expenditure of development archaeology. So look at the curve of the drop and compare it with this drop. Those employed by the semi-public archaeological units were severely affected because their salary needed to be paid fully by the developers. So far less development simply meant that quite a lot of their jobs needed to be slashed quickly. But those employed by local governments were not immediately affected because they were civil servants. Their jobs were gradually reduced by not filling certain posts that became vacant due to retirement with new recruits. However, that reduction was fairly moderate. In fact, these civil servant archaeologists began doing more public engagement and public outreach work in place of excavation, and that way their jobs managed to escape drastic cuts. So all these numbers and diagrams do not point to any simple, clear conclusion, but they lead us to consider what is the best way to make development-led archaeology more sustainable in the long term and generating more public benefit. It's surely not as simple as more development work, more funding for archaeology, more jobs for archaeologists, and more public benefit of archaeology. I would also like to add that these numbers, or the statistical data, are collected, analyzed, and made publicly available by the Agency for Cultural Affairs, because the national government is in charge of the designing and running of the overall system. It is, of course, a matter of debate to what extent and how the state should be involved in development-led archaeology, but at least in Japan, their authoritative ability to collect relevant data from prefectures and municipalities is helpful for analyzing development-led archaeology from a nationwide perspective. And now on the Society's Manifesto, which puts forward 6 principles for the improvement of developer-led funded archaeology in England. As a way of achieving these 6 principles, the manifesto also makes a key proposal, which is to set up regional research hubs. My impression is that many will agree with all these things in principle, but probably disagree on the details of how exactly and actually to achieve them. In particular, how and where exactly to set up regional research hubs and how to resource them, fund them. As pointed out in UK's video response to the manifesto, I notice Andy Gardner is there. Depending on how regions are defined in England, there can be significant variation in the distribution of units, universities, and specialists in each region. And as argued in the Chartered Institute's video response, attempts to radically change the structure are likely to cause nervousness amongst key players and partners, especially those who are already doing good practice. So I agree with Professor Skull that rather than insisting on a regional structure, it would be probably more helpful to think in terms of regional collegiality. Now, a little bit more specifically, I think it is vital to maintain effective local government archaeology services and ensure that they are resourced enough well to improve to meet developing needs. I'm not arguing that arguing for Japan's way of local government doing the excavation by itself or setting up semi-public units, archaeological units to do excavation, since that system is deeply rooted in Japan's specific social structure and history. But local government in England clearly needs to be able to, not just to control the planning process, but make sure that each excavation contributes to the enhancement of public knowledge and understanding of the past. Cuts of the funding to local government and attempts to weaken the involvement of local government in development-led archaeology are obviously concerning. A coalition of relevant bodies need to address the national government, and I'm sure that the Society of Antiquaries and the Heritage Alliance can play a part here. And since I'm an outsider, I also naively wonder if the all-party parliamentary archaeology group can also be involved here. Improving archaeological archives, ensuring sustainable provision and high standards for access and curation, and improving information management to enable better use of data should probably go hand in hand. And I agree with what Digit Archaeology said in its video response to the manifesto. Data standardization needs to happen not at the output stage, but at the input stage, i.e., when data are collected during the excavation and post-excavation analysis. Digit Archaeology also pointed out that one of the biggest reasons the standardization of data doesn't happen is because there is no incentive for archaeological units to share its advanced data management system with other units that can be their competitors. Still, in countries like Japan, the national government should be able to promote such data standardization because it still retains the authority to control development-led archaeology overall. But in England, such a role needs to be played by non-governmental standard-setting organizations, probably the Chartered Institute, in collaboration with the Archaeology Data Service, or within the framework of the 21st century challenges for archaeology, as Professor Skull was saying earlier. I fully agree with the integration of in-depth comparative and synthetic research in developer-funded archaeological work. In Japan, research agendas in development-led archaeology can hardly go beyond the borders of prefectures, the highest tier of local government. Earlier said, it is good that the local government plays a major role in development-led archaeology. But if the local government's role is too strong, there can be drawbacks. In this respect, England is probably better positioned due to the flexibility of development archaeology carried out by each unit. And on top of the setting up of research agendas, I suppose we all hope to see more introduction of cutting-edge scientific methods established in academia, biomolecular analysis, GIS, big data analysis, into development-led archaeology. Here again, there can be an issue of incentivization. How can one archaeological unit that has acquired advanced scientific methods be motivated to share it with other units? So again, standard setting organizations like the Chartered Institute or in the framework of the 21st century challenges for archaeology can play an important role. Of course, in collaboration with other relevant players, including the Society of Antiquaries of London. So that's it. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much indeed, Akira. That gave us a really good external view, and there are some very interesting points there that I'm sure we're going to pick up this afternoon. In particular, I'd note the key understanding the role and where local government can fit in, and these issues of how we create and not enforce, but develop standards that in ways where clearly the different cultural context of Japan is very different, but there are some very useful lessons to learn. So thank you very much indeed, Akira. I want to move on now. Our next panelist, John O'Keefe, can't be with us in person, but he has kindly agreed to come on screen, and he said nervously looking to the back of the room. I hope we can facilitate this while I'm introducing John. John is the Chief Executive Discovery Programme at the Centre for Archaeology in Ireland. He's a graduate of Queen's Belfast and the University of Ulster, where he did his PhD, and he's also a chartered construction manager with extensive experience of research across the island of Ireland. 22 years he was with the Department of Environment, Department of Communities in Northern Ireland, and from 2007 to 2020 he was their Principal Inspector for Historic Monuments in the north. He's had a series of major roles in Northern Irish archaeology strategically and operationally. He's a keen interest in conservation standards, professional practice and public engagement. So it's a great pleasure to welcome John to us this afternoon, and I hope he can hear us, and I hope we can see and hear him. John, over to you.
Thank you very much. And yes, I very much hope you can hear me. Is the sound coming through okay?
We're having difficulty hearing you, John.
Oh, okay. Hang on. Let's see if the gremlins can work here. Just check. Okay. How's the sound going now?
That's perfect.
Okay. So thanks very much for the opportunity to speak and to take part in the event today. I'm very sorry that I wasn't able to attend in person, and I would have very much enjoyed and hope the opportunity comes up again to get to talk with both members of the society and the participants in this conversation. It's an interesting topic for lots of reasons, both as a practitioner, as an observer, as a neighbour, as hopefully a colleague and friend to the process. That in taking our development of the discipline, wherever it is that we're working, and Akira has just outlined the interesting connections and disassociations about one would see in the practice in Japan, and we'll hear some more, and we have already heard some of that in the comments about the manifesto. It's heartening to know that there is a common goal being sought here, and that's around about the development of the practice of archaeology, its relevance to society, and the value that it can bring in the context of development-led work. Sometimes it's a little bit frustrating that it's so much just about development-led work, but I guess that reflects the fact that the world has changed and that the vast majority of archaeological work is now happening essentially as a byproduct of the construction industry. It's not being developed, as one can see and as one can identify in the comments raised for the manifesto, in necessarily a structured way that everybody can take part in. So there are a number of competing demands that go with this, a number of competing ideas. So I'm just going to touch on a couple of items really with the manifesto itself, to offer hopefully some constructive observations about where the process has come to and is going to, and where that resonates with some of the practice that I've been involved in Northern Ireland, and more recently now in the Republic of Ireland, and looking both at local issues, but then transboundary, transborder issues. We're all working with the same kinds of thing. We're all doing it in similar kinds of contexts, and we're all doing it for similar kinds of objectives. So there's a lot that we can learn and share from one from the other. It is also very important, I think, to note that the work that's happening in terms of the future of archaeology in England does have a resonance far beyond England's boundaries. what's happening there in terms of policy and practice, law, legislation, professional conduct, the sharing of results, the public participation of that, they all are important in a British context across these islands and across the world. Some of what we have been talking about too is the old ground being turned over again. And maybe that's in a way as a reflection of the fact that there's no perfect solutions and there won't be silver bullets coming here that are going to solve all of the problems that are perceived or actually occur within the sector. So a little bit about the Discovery Programme. If my screen will work for me. Yes. So Discovery Programme, I'll let you read what's on the screen and we can share this in due course. But we are a charity and a company. We are essentially an arm's length body. We were established through the Office of the Taoiseach in Dublin to be a national archaeological research body. But fundamentally, we were established to be composed of a membership which is derived from all of those third-level institutions which are involved in archaeology across the island of Ireland, along with the professional and academic and learned institutes, which were also interested in archaeology, and the regulatory bodies which are involved in archaeology, the historic environment, and heritage protection, promotion, and so on. So that includes the statutory agencies, the museums, the universities, some of the colleges, and the learned institutes, and then the professional institutes. So it's a fairly broad church. We are primarily funded through the Heritage Council, that's an independent agency in the Republic of Ireland, but we also receive some funding from the Department for Housing, Local Government and Heritage. We take part in EU-funded projects and we also do some commissioned work. We are intended to be a heritage and a research hub, but we don't quite function in the same way as, say, the Welsh trusts would act. We're looking there across the piece on the island, so transboundary. But also looking there, and as we have in the past, at key projects. So our primary purposes are really around about the enhancement of understanding of Ireland's past, primarily, but not exclusively through the interpretation of the archaeological record. It recognises that archaeology is fundamentally about the study of the past through its physical remains, but that study of the past through its physical remains is supported through other associated disciplines, both the historical record as we've inherited it, the historical record of past research and current research, and other disciplines that can bring new light and new information to the record too. And our other key purpose is really communication of that understanding to as wide an audience as possible, locally and across the diaspora, and really for anybody else who is interested. All similar themes really, as one will have seen from the manifestos too. Now, we've done that through our targeted research activities and projects. We do that in collaboration with other institutions, practitioners, authorities, the wider public. We do it locally. At the moment, one of our major research projects is the Cherish project. That's happening between Wales and Ireland, Aberystwyth University and the Royal Commission in Wales, along with the Geological Survey and the Discovery Programme in Ireland, but also working with a number of other local stakeholder groups. The National Trust would be one of the key ones in Wales, for example. We are involved in interdisciplinary research. We are the Centre for Archaeology and Innovation in Ireland, and a key part of that has been around with the use of new and developing technologies, especially around survey technology. That has been a really important part of the Discovery Programme's work over the past 31 years. So if you want to find out more about us, we're online. Not to be confused with the American spelling, which will take you in the TV schedule. That's the Discovery Programme .ie. So looking at the manifesto and reviewing some of the commentary that's been on the YouTube channel over the past couple of weeks, it's left me with a couple of questions, I guess, in my own mind about what we're looking forward to and what the manifesto is seeking to achieve in or of itself. Is it intended to be the clarion call for people to work together? Is it intended to be the methodology by which that working together is going to happen? Is there an alternative manifesto? And I think there is some suggestion, certainly some aspects of the comments, which suggest that there are a number of manifestos, but maybe not quite described in that way. This is just after taking us on a very quick whistle-stop tour of some of the political context of what we're looking at. And we can't operate in an environment which is divorced entirely from that. We're part of society as much as we might be a discrete group in ourselves. And we have that reality of what is going on in the world around us. And whenever I was asked to take part in the discussion earlier on this year, I was thinking very much in the context of what was happening politically, be that in the post-Brexit environment, where politics in Britain has develop to, where in particular it is in England at the moment. All big issues that were there, and issues that, to be honest, I'm not really skilled to address. But in looking at any of these manifestos, or where there are the ideas being put forward about how to do things differently, I'm going to just reflect for a few minutes here on work we were involved with in Northern Ireland around about the development of a strategic approach. So in some respects, it's not unlike the manifesto. In other respects, it is fundamentally different. And that's, I'll outline some of the reasons why. So the approach that we were looking at in terms of the Archaeology 2030, or what became Archaeology 2030, started off as a discussion about archaeology and the way forward. And this is in a previous role that I had with the Department for Communities in Northern Ireland. So happening at a time of significant political change in Northern Ireland, there's, as there always is, there's an interesting political discussion going on at any point in time. But in 2016, there was very significant restructuring of local government in Northern Ireland and a change within the government departments themselves, which saw archaeology and heritage management being taken out of the environmental remit and put into communities, housing, local government in a different space. So it's been taken away from those environmental discussions where it's been for the last 25 plus years, or for the previous 25 plus years, and taken into a new forum where it's talking about people. And there's good connection there, because archaeology is also essentially about people in the places that they lived, where they worked, what they did, and how they interacted. But it's about human beings, it's about us. So we're looking at that from the past and into the present day. It started off in a fairly tentative way, and just touching in on some of the commentary that's come in from the responses to the manifesto itself, one would see a resonance within that small pool of population and practicing archaeologists in Northern Ireland. We would find, to paraphrase some of the discussion, that there was a commercial sector that was really feeling underappreciated, downtrodden, misunderstood. People that were outside of the commercial sector didn't really understand the circumstances of the work that people were involved in, or the developers are hard to deal with, and that it's all difficult, it's all hard work. We had an academic sector that was sometimes perceived as resting in an ivory tower, criticising others, while at times the academic sector also felt isolated and disconnected from the development-led work. They didn't have the same opportunities to become involved, and it was all very difficult. We then had, sitting behind that too, the regulatory, the bureaucratic side of archaeology. People who were working with the laws and the legislation, enforcement and standards, but the bureaucrats' perception that they didn't know what they were doing, going through the motions, going through process. The public didn't know and didn't really care. But what we did find in the discussion is actually that, yes, those tropes are there, those stereotypes are sitting in there, but actually the commercial sector is actively involved in new and exciting discoveries. It's being supported by developer funding that's expanding archaeological knowledge far beyond where we might have expected to have been, and that's happening every year. Yes, there are problems within that, but at the same time, there were huge opportunities and good things already happening. That there were greater overlaps between sectors in archaeology that are contributing to research and learning in academia. And we have seen over the past 30 to 40 years that huge generational change of where archaeology was being practiced in a rescue, very much a rescue environment, to now a structured, responsive environment where we know that archaeological remains will be encountered in the course of development-led work, that there are systems in place that will allow for its investigation and exploration, and that there are opportunities there to develop that further for public benefit and public participation. These kinds of conversations were useful in that it was starting to break down some of those barriers that we had, because we do have issues, and some of these are expressed again in the responses to the manifesto, where we're using common language but taking it maybe to mean fundamentally different things. Whenever we talk about a diverse sector and we talk about a fragmented sector, we're talking about the same thing. Sometimes that's a negative, sometimes it's a positive, but again, it depends on where one is working. The diversity is certainly a strength. It protects against singular thinking. It allows that opportunity to have new ideas. It allows that opportunity to explore the world through different eyes. But we are fragmented, and the work that Lizzie talked about of being able to represent so many different groups is vast. It really, really is important. But a huge part of that is respecting the fact that there's a diversity of opinion, which means that other people will disagree. And this was something that we had to build into that process in the archaeology way forward work, was that we could disagree without feeling that the person with whom we were disagreeing with is not just wrong, but is fundamentally flawed as a human being. That was a tough conversation to get into, but it is a conversation that I think is recognised in many, many other places. Some people feel that they're the pillars in the institutions that maintain the work that goes forward. Others perceive those to be silos. Whenever we talk about that blue sky thinking, there is the response of being out of touch. Where's the reality? How do we ground ourselves in what people are actually encountering in the day-to-day work? When we talk about benefit, are we merely justifying what we do? And when we talk about change and the need for change, do we really just want other people to change to suit us? Those are all difficult things to talk through, and they're important things that need to be talked through. Now, we did see in terms of some of the internet boards that we would have occasionally dipped in and out of, changes of perception as the process went forward. I can't say that this was because of the way forward discussion, but was certainly part of it. We also saw people setting out, really quite honestly, where some of their perceived or real views about the world, or their perceptions about where the world was and why there were some of these difficulties, could be shared and discussed. And there are things about security of work and future careers and career progression. There are those questions about what is constituted as professional conduct, and in a context in Northern Ireland or the Republic of Ireland, what are statutory requirements around about archaeological excavation that don't quite exist elsewhere in England or Wales or in Scotland. And there's also a reflection of some of the barriers that were breaking down in between some of the groups. It was always very important to remember that most people had actually been through the academic system as students before they became practicing archaeologists out on development-led work. Most people know each other, even or certainly within regions or locales. We're not strangers one to the other. And of course, we all have our own histories. One thing that I would say about all of the discussions that we had back from 2016 onwards, and indeed the conversation that's been going on around about the manifesto, is that on one hand, it's not new. That doesn't mean that it's old and boring, but it should give an indication that it is complicated and difficult. But it's good to know that it's not happening in isolation. This is happening all over. Back in 2014, the European Archaeological Council met at Amersfoort in the Netherlands, and the main discussion was around about embedding archaeology in society and talking about the Faro Convention. Now, of course, the Faro Convention doesn't apply in the UK, but the aims and objectives of it are certainly common to the professional practice and the objectives of many archaeological practitioners, individually or collectively or within our respective institutions. So whenever we're thinking about what it is we're doing or where we're doing that and what's that benefit for society, we're looking at heritage and the public, the professionals, the interactions, the people, the planning, the processes that go with that. We also have difficult choices to make. Now that term itself has become something of a tough one, really since austerity, about taking difficult choices. It's become a little bit marred in its own controversy. It's become a little bit jaded. But we do need to make choices. There's choices being made all the time. With development-led work in particular, those choices that we're making are in response to somebody else's choices, somebody else's decisions about a societal need for new housing, new development, or desire for that, where infrastructure is going to go, where those things that all communities need, or hospitals, the schools, shopping centres, all of those things. Those are choices that other people are making for lots of different reasons, economic, social, political, and so on. And we have choices to make in response to those, about how we're going to achieve those benefits for society. How do we demonstrate the value of those? Where do we make an added contribution? And indeed, how do we ensure that the work that is being done isn't simply money being frittered away to serve a process, that the results of the investigations are available for a long time, that they can be reviewed, that they can be used, and they can inform future decision making. Now, within that kind of a context, all of these strategies will happen at the same time as other strategies are being talked about or being discussed. So within an Irish context in the north or in the south, in Northern Ireland or in the Republic, we have a number of common themes. We're dealing with, by and large, the same archaeologies that are encountered across the island, with nuances since 1920. That's where some of the differences will be. Some of that has to do with legal practice, although it's important to also recognise that the laws in Ireland have a common point of origin in the 19th century. And the practice of archaeology then is somewhere in between what is happening in Britain, what is happening in the Republic of Ireland, and what's happening further afield. We've got those strategic guiding documents. But what we need somewhere along the way is to be able to have a conversation and to talk, as this kind of event is allowing today. Now, I've used this slide before. It's probably maybe not the best one in terms of where an argument might be involved, if we can get space for the argument, provide the fuel and file on the heat, we get an outcome that we hadn't quite intended. But what we do need to be able to do is to find some space to generate a spark, to be able to have the conversations that need to be had and to continue having them, because it's never really going to be over in terms of the conversation about how to do things better, how to maximize public benefits and what those kinds of public benefits are. But what are also the interests of the archaeological resource that we're working with? What are the vulnerabilities that are attached to it? What are the reasons for investigating it? What are the participation levels and opportunities looking like longer term? It is a finite resource, but there is a lot of it, but it is still a finite resource. There are opportunities certainly for collaboration and determination to do things better, but that depends on people. We're back again to how those interactions occur, and we need to be able to have that space and time for the conversations. One personal reflection that I would have taken from the process as it happened in Northern Ireland is a little bit of a caution about both developing new rules to deal with old rules that don't appear to have been satisfied. There are the laws of unintended consequences, the usual thing of that if law A hasn't been observed, then law B is introduced to require the enforcement of law A. Then law C comes along to try to get the enforcement of the previous two. Very, very quickly, one ends up with a series of obligations or legal requirements that are difficult to police in the first instance. And the effectiveness of policing depends very much on where practitioners feel that they should or shouldn't or are not constrained by those requirements. So in terms of professionalism, not just for professional archaeologists, but for anybody who's involved within this work, is being able to sign up to common sets of rules and codes of practice and applications of their knowledge and their activity that is for a common good. The other is that it does take time, but one will see time and time again the same kinds of issues coming out. And certainly over the past 10, 20, 30 more years, it's been about standards, it's been about public benefit, it's been around about public participation and interaction. And we have seen then in the past 20 or so years an increased view that research frameworks do have a very positive role to play. And I know Chris had touched on this earlier on, they are very much once written. They have the potential to be frozen in time and become out of date just after publication. But the fact that research frameworks exist as an opportunity to interact with one another is really important. They do provide common points of reference for new work, for the application of new research interests. They also provide the opportunity for periodic review about what is being achieved. If the same inputs are going in for the same outcomes in terms of the archaeological activity, then, does that need to rest for a while until either technology or some new discovery has come forward that would demand a review? But it also allows us to take a look at what we know within regional variations. There will be that discussion around about research frameworks and regionality that may reflect some of the discussion around about regional hubs. But regional hubs will also depend upon things like what's the finances that go into them. The stability that places like Wales have had in terms of the structure of the archaeological trust has been really, really important. Looking at the application of those kinds of hubs elsewhere, we need to have a thought about what kind of stability is attached to the work and what kind of resources go to that, particularly given that within England there are huge imbalances in population concentrations across the land area. They're all things to be part of the conversation, because there are things that are working well all over. And there are things that certainly do, and I think that everybody would agree would need to be improved. I think where one will certainly hit a problem is identifying where the common ground is across all of those. I'm just going to skate through very, very quickly a project now this year, which is around about how to bring people into the conversation and where we're getting to with that. And it's around about the development of an archaeological research framework for the island of Ireland as a collaborative project in Northern Ireland and the Republic, being led by the Discovery Programme, but supported by its nominating institutions. At the beginning of the year, we commissioned a survey monkey poll where we were asking a few things about generally archaeology and the desire to see development of an archaeological research framework here. We put this out to the world. We didn't just confine it to the archaeological community, but I would have to say we did promote it through our own social media channels. So inevitably, we've had a response that has come back from people who are kind of interested in archaeology to begin with. Importantly, we have around about a quarter of the respondees are not working at the moment within archaeological research or within archaeology more generally. Whenever we asked about, who wants to be part of the discussion about archaeology for the future, we find that, 2/3 or so have a qualification in archaeology, or they're in that kind of space. But there's a lot of people who are interested or who want to become involved. So a good third of the respondees. Now, in terms of the numbers of people that we had responded to it, it was an open call. Anybody could respond. We had around about 300. I think it was 313 responses in total. Now, it's not a huge number set against the overall population of the island, but whenever you're watching television this evening or tomorrow and you see ads for products that'll improve your hair, you'll find that 75% of a sample of 75 people is counted as being a good marketing standard. I don't know if it's a standard we need to measure ourselves against, but we did open the doors widely, and we will continue to open the doors to anybody who would like to be part of the process to hear what they have to say. Whenever we looked at this and we're looking at the responses that came in, before we get into some of the more detailed parts of it, one thing that did stand out was that the respondee groups, and this is touched on in some of the responses back to the manifesto again about who it is we're talking to. We have a worrying underrepresentation of younger people. We have a very large interest of people who have been active maybe in the archaeological world for the past 15, 20 or 30 years, maybe more. There is certainly that benefit of experience for those of us who are maybe edging our way towards retirement time, but also recognizing that we're defining a future for people that we need to be part of that conversation, and we need to do a bit more work to bring younger people into that discussion. Whenever we asked, though, about where people feel they're connected to archaeological research, we had some interesting commentaries coming back. So we have, more than half of those who have responded are saying that they've got, a little or a moderate amount, and then a further third or so that are a great deal, or they're really connected to archaeological research. And that's an interesting one, given that we have a quarter of people who responded and weren't actually working in archaeology, but they felt that they had a connection to archaeological research. But on the other hand, they also felt that they didn't have an opportunity to be actively involved within that research. And that's a little bit of a worrying trend whenever one considers that we think quite a large number of those who responded are involved in development-led work. And development-led work is still research, but it's research by a different means. Whenever we asked if what was the impediment to being involved in that, there's still a perception that research happens within academia. That for those who are actively involved in research, we're split between those who are either already working inside academia or who are working on research projects that were affiliated with academia. And very clearly, academia has a huge role still in terms of the public perception and the wider professional perception of where research happens, and has a role to play and is playing in that. Whenever we asked about the idea of archaeological research frameworks, we're sort of heartened to see, I suppose, that over 2/3 of those that responded said they knew something about it. But then again, if they were responding to the question on our own social media, where we've already been promoting archaeological research frameworks, it maybe shows that people were at least listening to the outreach. Whenever we asked the question about who felt that it would be worthwhile developing one, we had an outstanding response. I say this was an unsolicited responses that come in on a wide pool. Over 95% of people were saying that it would probably or definitely would be a positive step forward in Ireland. And as you can see here, nearly 55% saying that it definitely would be. It's an opportunity to join up and an opportunity to be connected. And sitting beside this, in terms of, do people want to be part of that, or do they want to leave it to somebody else? There is a conversation going on at the moment in Ireland about development-led and where the benefits of that work comes. But there's also discussion around about where communities become involved in this, and if communities should be expert-led or expert-fed. Who wants to take part and be part of that decision-making process, which defines what is important in archaeology and what requires attention and resources. I would take them maybe as people who could be convinced that they would like to take part in it, but certainly 41% being very interested in taking part is heartening. It means we have an active pool of people who want to be part of a process of change and would like to take part of it. And we have a very large number who would maybe like to be part of that, maybe need a bit more convincing. In all of this, just to go back to one of the greatest English statesmen of all time, and recognizing too that within all of our past there are different contentions that can come to mind. Meeting jaw to jaw is better than more. Sometimes arguments are necessary, sometimes they are required to clear the air. But within our professional discipline and within the wider sector, it should be possible to have those conversations with respect, with a diversity of opinion, and recognizing that there will be differences of opinion which we may not meet. There may be times when decisions as a collective are made that are not palatable to some, but for others are very much the way forward. And I think that whenever one looks at these developing strategies and frameworks, the opportunity for regular and honest review is critical and key. The other thing that I would also say with this is that it's really important to remember that we're able to have this conversation, that we're living in a society where people value heritage, where there are practitioners who want to take part and who care about what they're doing. That we're also living within societies that have a public system and a service system that allows conversations to occur. We're working also at a time where there has been massive development over the past 50 years in terms of how archaeological work is conducted. There isn't an unfettered destruction of the archaeological resource across the landscape that was threatened or feared in the past, but there is an ongoing attrition, which is going to happen through built development, through natural processes of erosion, and increasingly through the impacts of climate change. There's going to be more work than there are people to do the work. That's the norm, and certainly something we have found in Ireland, North and South, and it's something that I think is found in many other countries. But I think that with things like the Manifesto and the responses that have come forward to this, it is really important to take this conversation forward. There may not be necessarily one manifesto that's going to solve the problems. As I said, I really don't believe there's a silver bullet which will address all of what is perceived to be the challenges in the development-led sector. Conversely, I also think that focusing solely on the development-led sector is to the detriment of archaeology more widely, because if it's only being looked at in that process, there's a very simple solution to that: switch off developer funding. There are other opportunities that can be taken forward, and more realistic ones that can serve the public better and serve the profession better. And ultimately, we can learn from each other, and we can learn through some of the mistakes that will happen as the process unfolds. So, on a very quick run through some work that has happened and could happen in the future, I wish you the very best with the discussion on the manifesto. And in terms of what we're working on at the moment in our own work on research frameworks, we'd certainly be keen to see participation both of the society and of individuals to see where we're going to and how we're getting on with that work. And I'll be very happy to take contact from anybody who would like to be involved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. That was a very helpful contribution, which I think combined sort of insight into what's going on in our neighbouring areas with some very useful observations on how we might develop our work. Our last panelist this morning is Sadie Watson. Sadie is a practicing field archaeologist for the last 20 years or so, largely working on complex sites in the City of London. She's research interest in the archaeological profession and public benefit arising from archaeological work, which is what she did her PhD on. And she worked subsequently a short period at McDonald Institute in Cambridge on as archaeologist in residence, working on that topic. Since 2019, she's been the holder of an award as a UKRI Future Research Leader. What can I say? Working on this issue of public benefit. So she's with us today to comment on that in relation to the manifesto. Welcome, Sadie.
Thank you, Martin. I must admit to have been a bit alarmed at your introduction earlier on when you said that you wanted people with external views of the sector, and I'm so institutionalized that I am not going to be able to give an external view. But anyway, it's too late to rescind it. I'm here now. I should say, as Martin said, I have a background in field work and mainly for Mola in London, although I'm not representing them today. I haven't even used Mola PowerPoint template or anything to make that really clear. I'm not speaking for them, although I don't think there's much they disagree with, actually, with what I'm going to say. And I'm also not going to talk much about things that are outside my area, so I'm leaving archives largely to one side for now. We'll come on to them after lunch, I'm guessing, because my own focus, my views today have been shaped entirely by my career thus far. So I graduated in 1995, so all my fieldwork practice has been in the development-led sector. I have no memory or knowledge of what happened before, and nor does anybody working on site today, actually. So that's something that we need to remember. There's a whole generation of people who don't understand anything other than how it is now. And I think that that's something that we maybe need to get to grips with as a sector. It's very much about looking forward rather than looking back, and you'll see what I mean when I carry on. And the other thing Martin mentioned was my fellowship project, which is about public benefit from development-led archaeology, and that came entirely from my experience in the field. But I need to, there's a couple of things that we need to sort of get out of the way, really. The manifesto was written at a time where we were really worried about the burning of the planning system. And as Lizzie said, that didn't actually happen. We might be hanging on by our fingernails, but we are hanging on. And the lobbying that Lizzie's team and CIFA and other sector bodies do is really valuable, actually. And the COVID recovery grants, things that Lizzie talked about earlier, are testament to the power of the lobbying that goes on behind closed doors. We don't always know about it, but it does go on. And it's really useful and important. The other thing is, I think, because I work in it, that development-led archaeology is really, mostly really successful, actually. There are exceptions, of course, in old corners of the country, but generally we work to very high standards, to high ethical standards. We follow the rules of engagement that CIFA and Historic England and the planning system sets out for us. And generally the results are to a high standard. And Lizzie talked a bit about this. Archaeology sits within the wider heritage sector, and I think it's really important to recognise this is research that Prospect Union presented this week, actually. We were lobbying government about better funding for the heritage sector more widely, aiming at DCMS particularly, but it's a general aim, target. ONS, Office for National Statistics, have acknowledged that our heritage sector is worth more per annum to the UK economy than agriculture or fisheries or pharmaceutical research. And I think that is something that we never really acknowledge ourselves. We're quite a meek sector, but I think we don't need to be that meek. And as, again, other people have said, that the post-COVID recovery phase that we're in is really an opportunity for change. Levelling up, we may not like or agree with the concept behind levelling up, but I think that the money that will come to communities is really important, and culture and heritage are both threaded throughout that whole document that Michael Gove's team wrote however many months ago it was. The document is problematic for archaeologists and historians for other reasons, I know, but the opportunity it offers in terms of funding and community outreach, outward facing work is something that we shouldn't ignore. And lastly, I want to acknowledge that archaeology is one word, but archaeologists do everything from early hominids to 1970s tower blocks. And what we don't want to do is come to a set of rules or conclusions that are standard, because there's really no such thing. Archaeologists work in all types of heritage organisations, private, public, museums, universities, people like me working on in front of machines on infrastructure projects. So it requires bespoke solutions quite often, and that's something that we are getting increasingly good at, but we still need to do more work on. So coming to my first point, really, I think the commercialization of our sector has been broadly successful. Now, I realize that I would say that because I'm a baby of it, and I've grown up in that sector, but I feel, and I think we all feel, that we're doing relatively successfully so far. Thousands of people were employed in the last sector study that we had, which Landwood produced. There was just over 4,000 people working in the sector. Now it's easily 6,000, probably more. And there's thousands of people working as we speak on road schemes, development projects, infrastructure projects, particularly a large railway that you may have heard of. And they're working right now. They're not here because they're busy working, of course. And that's one of the things that we maybe need to think about as to why they're not here. The level of contracting organisations is really wide. So there's tiny one-person bands, I should say, to huge organisations like the one that I work for, which has 400 to 500 staff. So there's increasingly, the scale is very variable, but there's lots of us. And the Algeo report, which again, Landwood did on behalf of Algeo a couple of years ago, says that we contributed then about 280 million to local economies. And that's where we work in terms of economic benefit, but also how we contribute to tourism and museums and other types of outcomes from archaeology. And actually, if you work in a private sector like I do, or the third sector, really, I suppose, we're a charitable trust, you'll find that your wages are finally rising in response to the fact that we have not enough archaeologists in this country, and those that are here are in great demand. So finally, it's becoming more of a career that people can assume to be a positive one. But there's obviously caveats to all that. So let's come on to a caveat. This is, again, a slightly old. The graph is from the earlier Lambert Research report that I referenced on the previous slide. And this talks about market confidence levels. Now, I realise that the drop in confidence in 19 and 20 is largely due to anticipated disaster of Brexit, which wasn't actually as much of a disaster commercially as it could have been. The main impact that Brexit had was that we had a massive drop in the people that we could recruit from European countries. And that, I think, is not only a commercial lack, but also a huge, we've suffered as a sector from not having that input of really interesting, brilliant European colleagues coming in to work with us. So we regret that hugely. But it's also other things. And I think that we tend to be very reactive as a sector. We are really busy. We don't have capacity normally in our organizations to have things like business development teams, or people that sit down and do strategy development, or people that sit down with other colleagues in the sector and say, well, how are we going to approach the next 5 years of archaeology in London, for example? That never happens. And I think that that's one of the reasons why perhaps we are timid, in that we're not horizon scanning far enough from the top of the Land Rover. The other reason that I think it's important to remember that development archaeology has been critical in ways that not everybody knows about is through the COVID emergency and pandemic. And it was horrific, obviously. We lost hundreds of thousands of people in this country, so I'm not making light of the impact of COVID necessarily. But at the beginning, and this is a May 2020 paper that Rob Lennox wrote on behalf of CIFA, we were really worried that it might destroy our sector. What actually happened was that we became key workers, and on national highways projects, we were given letters by our employers to show to the police, as to tell them why we were breaking lockdown, because we were servicing the infrastructure. And that, I think, at that point, lots of people who worked on site suddenly realized their own value. And that's why the arguments internally in organizations became much clearer as to why and how people should value their field teams more. And actually, the union worked very closely with CIFA and FAME on negotiating and organizing really brilliant safe practices and that kind of thing. But I think that some of the content of the manifesto was taken quite badly by colleagues in my corner of the sector, because there's a misunderstanding of how both these things can't be true. Either we're key workers and we're really important to infrastructure and development, or we're really worried about the future and we have no confidence in our own market value. And I think those things can't be true. So that's perhaps why I think some of the problem is with us rather than with external factors. The other thing that we need to think about is, and FAME have acknowledged this quite often recently, commercialisation is speeding up, not slowing down. We're merging, we're forming what we quaintly call Uber units in the sector. Even the charitable trusts we know are buying out competitors, becoming larger organisations with huge numbers of staff. And this is about reducing risk for us on a business level, but it's also about combining skills and thinking more about how these companies can become more valuable for staff as well as for the recipients of their work. This isn't necessarily an archaeologically specific point to make, really, but the DCMS Cultural Heritage Capital Programme, which I was tangentially involved with recently, is working on bringing heritage and culture up to the level that other aspects of government spending are already at. So things like health spending are all dependent on financial proxies for quality of life, expectancy, that kind of thing. And this leads on, it's already done sometimes on infrastructure projects with willingness to pay frameworks. I won't mention the one in Wiltshire, which is ongoing, of course, but it happens on all the infrastructure projects. But we are now having to engage, and I think it's really important that we do engage as a sector with this new way that government are thinking about the value of our work. There's another issue that people worry that we're not innovative. We are hugely innovative, although we're not innovative strategically necessarily or collectively necessarily. We're innovative on a project-specific basis most of the time, in my experience. So if we are expected, HS2, for example, had to be a born digital project. So we all scrabbled around to design and implement digital recording processes. And it's really great, actually, that the ADS film, which Julian Richards submitted, acknowledges that all that digital data is now going to be hosted by the ADS, because there was at some point a concern that maybe it wouldn't be compatible, but I think Julian's put my mind at rest on that one, which is good. I think a lot of the change in our sector is still client-led. That's not necessarily a problem. We live in a capitalist society where people tell subcontractors like archaeologists what to do. And I think that's a reality that we're all pragmatically accepting, quite honestly. And in terms of who does what in the sector, I think this is another interesting aspect to archaeology and everyone that's in the room. So there's people here who represent membership organisations who listen democratically. They have votes at AGMs. I won't go into a recent example, but it's a famous one. Democratic organisations, like I say, who listen to their members. The curatorial sector can advise and enforce, and people like me, not me, but my colleagues who work in development services at MOLA and other contracting organisations can perhaps be more agile about responding very quickly to commercially driven pressures or changes that we're expected to do. But I think everyone has their own particular responsibility in this. And actually, so therefore, I think we should think, and society should think really carefully about whether it's these people in this room are the right people to drive this progress or to make the change. I think we are, partly. But I think there should be other people here. And I think the fact that there aren't other people here does matter. And I'll come on to talk a bit about that later on. So I do need to talk about this this idea that about fieldwork. So there are about 120 regulated professions in the UK with barriers to entry. You'll know which ones I mean. I'm not going to list them. We are not regulated. We don't have barrier to entry. One of the solutions to that is chartered individual chartership. Of course, there are others. So in Ireland, they have licenses which you have to have to practice. But I do feel that we're going down the road that we need to be regulated, because there are still people working in some parts of the country, I'm not going to mention them, where they do a very, very poor job and nobody gets any benefit, the client or the public. And I think that's something that we really need to get a grip on. We are deregulated, but we are still a profession, and we take our professional responsibilities actually pretty seriously. And I think lots of us are members of CIFA. And I think that that's really important, that we do have a central professional body that we can all respond to and stand as a guidance that whoever you work for in the sector, it might be on a voluntary project, it might be in a development-led horrible infrastructure project, horrible in terms of programme, not in terms of archaeology, of course, that we follow those general standards that everyone is aiming for. I also feel very strongly that if we think about public benefit, we quite often think about that in the context of environmental social governance, which is a horrible corporate term that all the corporate bodies use, and increasingly archaeology has corporate bodies within it, and we are thinking about that as well. We also need to think about the benefits to our own people, of course, and that is increasingly becoming a thing, which is great in terms of mental health, well-being, all those kind of things, inward-looking as well as outward-looking. The other thing that I feel I need to defend my corner on slightly is that we do also take great pride in the academic rigor that we use in our methods on site and in post-excavation and analysis and publication. Now, that's not to say that what we do is research-led ever, because let's face it, it's not. I mean, I wish I could choose which sites in the city to dig for research purposes. Sadly, it doesn't happen that way. So the Bank of England is still there. But one day we'll get to dig underneath it again. But anyway, nevertheless, because we have this restriction, we take what tiny research potential we have really seriously, and so do the curators, and we work very closely with them and consultants as well, if we're lucky, to get that academic result. And interestingly, private sector again is ahead of public sector in terms of things like salaries. We don't have the same pensions, obviously, but it's a little understood or little kind of acknowledged thing that actually now some of those public sector jobs used to be aspirational for my colleagues and I, and now, unfortunately, because of things like public sector pay freezes, they are less aspirational than they should be, because they are really important roles. But I do think clients should pay, and this is because I'm a baby of the PPG 16 development-led system, but I fundamentally believe that we are a skilled, knowledgeable, technically expert profession, and clients should pay for it. So it worries me slightly when people say that we should have volunteers working on sites that are development-led in origin, because we emerged from the voluntary sector. And I think that we're all very proud of the fact that we emerged so well on some levels. But I don't think we should go back there. I think that that we need to progress, and there are other ways of providing public benefit, which I'll be talking about in a minute, obviously. The other thing that worries me slightly is that I volunteered myself last year on a National Trust excavation, had a brilliant time, but I'm lucky enough to do that. I have paid leave, my children are big enough that I don't need to have them with me all the time. I have all the privileges that allow me to volunteer. Now, we know that the voluntary sector is largely a fairly narrow demographic, which is becoming increasingly difficult for us to justify, I think, in terms of public benefit more widely. So I have an issue with the voluntary sector, the volunteering idea. Quickly about regional models. This is just a very quick version of the amazing Venn diagram that Lizzie showed earlier that Rob Lennox produced. There's lots missing off here. This is a London regional model. What's missing off here is the 51 local societies from Acton to Willesden. What's missing off here are the millions of people that live in London who don't have a voice in any of this unless they're members of these organisations or pay membership or buy London Archaeologist magazine or whatever else it is. What I would say is I think that there's a huge benefit from a regional expertise, and that's why the curatorial sector in London is so great, because they are well embedded, they know their stuff, they work very closely with us and with consultants and with developers as well. There's one notable one missing off here, which is the Corporation of London, who in the last year have decided they don't need to have their own curator. Luckily, Glass have stepped in and are providing brilliant expert advice, as you would expect, but I think that the fact that the Corporation of London, one of the richest archaeological and financially wealthy boroughs in the country, have decided that they don't need their own curator, we should be really worried about that. And I think that the lobbying, we need to be very careful not to rock boats, is the point that I'm making with that. And also, the Lark is a world record breaking, it holds a Guinness World record at biggest archaeological archive in the world. It's going to shut for 2 years in a few months because the Museum of London is moving. So it's not a resource that anyone will be able to access. It's not, there's no public benefit from the Lark for the next 2 years. And I think that this whole regional model idea is a really good one, but it doesn't already work in London, and it really should do, because we all know each other. London is a really easily definable area. It's within the M25. We don't have a research strategy other than one that's in PDF form since 2015. The last research framework was 2002. There's no inter-organisational collaborations apart from commercial contracts when and if we need to swap staff. The only people that get to write syntheses are, how do I put this, older white male academics who have time on their hands. So I feel like one of the things that we should do is, and this is a role for Sal, I think, is to provide a place for these meetings to happen and for these things just to be talked about and the process to start. That I talked earlier on about lack of strategy. Well, here's a strategy that we can all just sit down on Monday and get talking about, really, I think. Very quickly, because I'm running out of time, and this is one of the most important bits. Public benefit. When I started my research, I realized that public benefit is really badly defined in our sector. We don't really understand what it is. Public value, we know, because civil servants have to sign up to public value through their work. But public benefit is generally going to be way above what we normally do. So just doing archaeology in the planning system is not enough public benefit. Just lodging a grey literature report in the ADS is not enough. The image on the right is from the What Works for Wellbeing, 7 domains for wellbeing, which is just one way to think about public benefit from another perspective, from a health and societal perspective, really. I think lots of the public benefit that's happening now and will continue to happen is led by clients demanding it. There's the construction sector is ahead of us on all this stuff, sadly. And it's quite hard for the curatorial sector to embed these different things into planning decisions. I think we all need to acknowledge that they are quite stymied sometimes by the frameworks that they work within. They can't just put random public benefit initiatives into planning conditions. It's not that easy. And nor can we expect developers to go above and beyond the general expectation. We need to work with them, but as I say, they are ahead of us often. I'm sorry, but it might not mean funding syntheses. I know that syntheses is a theme. British Academy and other colleagues are really keen on and I'm really keen on, but I don't think that the public are necessarily that keen on. So I think we maybe need to think about, if we're doing syntheses, who we're doing it for, which is fine. If they're for us, we just need to acknowledge that. And that I think is probably good enough. Public benefit, highly context dependent. So what's good for my neighbours in Peckham is not good for people that live in Durham, is not good for people that live in South Wales, and will be irrelevant to people that live in Cornwall. Development-led archaeology has the biggest impact on the people that live next to that project or are affected by that project. So we all, we know that it's distressing or disturbing to have your local fields bulldozed for a housing estate, or to have your social housing estate knocked down and rebuilt. So that's why, again, I said bespoke solutions are the only way that we can really respond to this in any meaningful way. Lots of our bigger organisations, including the one that I work for, are charitable trusts. And although I'm aware of that, when I was on site, I wasn't aware of it very often. And I think there's definitely a piece that we can do internally with our staff, encouraging them to think more about how their work might respond to educational aims of our organisations. And again, this is just another acknowledgement of the money that's available through levelling up and post-COVID recovery. And post-COVID recovery forms a big part of the social value procurement notices, and all the big developers now are thinking really carefully about how they can respond to post-COVID levelling up, and that's where archaeology needs to be in the conversation, because this is currently what we kind of work to as this is an historic England diagram, and I know it's old, but I'm going to wheel it out anyway, because I think a lot of people today have, and we all think a lot about our main value is about creating understanding, increasing understanding, creating knowledge. And then there's a whole other area of academia that argues with this, as this is a deficit model. If people don't want to understand, then they will no longer care, value, or enjoy things. Well, of course, that's not true. I don't understand how the moon is up there, but I can still look at it and appreciate its beauty and think it's a fantastic thing. And I think that this whole obsession that we have with telling people things and encouraging people to learn from us is holding us back as a sector. And there's joy and fun and creativity to be had from archaeology. And that's why I think some of the onus on research output is slightly old-fashioned. I think we need to get over that as a sector, all of us, not just. But there's an elephant in the room, which I need to mention really. The profound cultural change that was mentioned in the manifesto, I think, is absolutely right, but I don't think it's a structural one. I think the structures, as I've said, are largely enabling really good work to happen. We just need to do more strategizing and more collaboration, more talking. We shouldn't define ourselves and the future of archaeology really by who is in the room, but we need to define it by who isn't in the room and why they're not here. And I realise it's a huge challenge for an organisation like SAL to remain relevant in such a changing world. As Lizzie said, you know, these things, it's been crazy the last few years, but we do have time now to maybe sit and think and work about how these things can happen. And I don't think a whole-scale reorganisation of English archaeology is really what SAL needs to do. I think we need to be encouraging diversity of thought as well as the people that are in the room to contribute. So it's not the people that aren't here, it's us, because they're not here and they can't contribute. That's me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sadie. That's a very useful and I think moments for thought provided by that contribution. We're due to stop for lunch now and have, I think lunch is served in the hall outside. I'm aware, Lizzie, that you're got a board meeting this afternoon, so Lizzie can't be with us. So I just want to take 2 minutes to see whether there are any specific questions to Lizzie. And if I may, I wanted to raise two related issues in relation to your experience of dealing with government that I think are pertinent to this afternoon. Firstly, I wonder whether you've got any observations on government attitude to regionalisation, which in terms of the proposal for hubs seems to me to be central. And secondly, whether you would be willing to go on the record and say anything about government's attitude to local authorities, and in particular what I would personally see as perhaps a half-century trend towards disempowering local government, given the role that we all see as being important for local government as curators of the archaeological heritage. I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but in relation, Jim, would you like to come back up?
So I'm not an expert on local government actually, or regional government, although I do remember when I first started in the civil service, kind of things go full circle, don't they? And there were government offices, etc. as well back then. I think it's an interesting time. There's been serial kind of underfunding of skill and expertise in local authorities. There's a lot of research out there, so don't need to kind of go back over it. I think there's some interesting things happening at the moment, and it feels a bit schizophrenic, to be honest. So, you know, some of the plans that seem to have emerged as part of kind of levelling up, white paper, etc., have a bit more, seem to have a bit more of a trend towards regionalisation, local mayors, devolution of power, etc. But then also what we see from central government is there's been a real stranglehold, I think, over, I mean, number 10 very much kind of over the last couple of years, holding things tight, nervous special advisors. It feels at the moment like arm's length bodies are put in a very difficult position. They are arm's length, but there's quite a lot of government involvement in or kind of communications control sometimes over when things can come out. It's interesting with the kind of Arts Council portfolio announcements that they were delayed, and they were delayed in a context of kind of political change as well. So I think it's really hard to know. I think there are some bits in some of the things that are coming out of government that imply a potential regionalisation again. I just don't think we know. I mean, there are more people in the room who will have views and better expertise on that, including Historic England colleagues here today, but it's really tricky, isn't it? But I think the under-resourcing is really critical. And one of the points that we were making around the heritage components of the Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill are that statutory hers are absolutely essential. Some of the things that are in that bill are absolutely essential, but they need proper resourcing and advice behind them. And that's really tricky because you don't want to say, this is going to be really expensive. Because of course that might mean government think it's not doable because it's absolutely critical, but of course it does need proper resourcing, and I think there is a recognition of that in the discussions that we've been having, but whether that is adequate is another challenge. We just have to keep making the point and using the evidence, as I said originally, which is, you know, where that underfunding has gone and the impact that it has had as well. But there may be others who want to reflect on the local authority point.
I just wanted to do that with Lizzie, because she's not going to be here this afternoon, so I don't want to open it up to broader discussion. But I do want to give, are there any other specific questions to Lizzie?
Where do you get your money from?
Sorry, the Heritage Alliance or government or the Heritage Alliance? No, we are an independent charity. We have a mixed model. We have subscriptions, so our members pay us a subscription fee, which doesn't cover all of our work. We get a grant from Historic England, so not directly from government, but we're very grateful for it, and it helps us kind of fund the core of what we do. There is a market failure argument to advocacy, and although it's absolutely critical, not everyone can afford it. So that helps us. It's a small amount. It only covers one post in our organisation. We run a lot of programmes on behalf of the Heritage Lottery Fund, and therefore that enables us to pay for certain staff to deliver that sector support. And we have a couple of sponsors and people advertise with us, and we have some small pots of money that come from grants and foundations, etc. So we don't have enough. We could do more if we had more. We're as squeezed as others, but we are an independent voice. We do work closely with Historic England and the Lottery. They are our funders, but we are not funded by government in the direct sense. We get a small amount of money from Historic England because we couldn't do without it. But what I would also say is, by the fact that they fund, they have a certain pot of money that goes towards ensuring that there is an independent sector and that the independent sector is able to be resourced to do this sort of work. It's really critical, and we need to keep making the case for it. And as I say, without it, a lot of the charities and the organisations in the sector would not be able to do what they do.
We've got one more question here.
Thank you. Yeah, Andrew Gardner, UCL, representing UA UK. Just maybe this is an ignorant question, but do we have a sense yet for how the government's plans to delete thousands of laws, EU-era laws, by default at the end of next year might impact our sector?
No, I suppose in that we're all watching this space. I think what's really critical is, as I mentioned briefly, that we need to be really aware of inadvertent damage to our sector. There isn't an intention from government, as I see it, to damage archaeology, damage heritage. I think they've invested in us, but they're not always great at joining the dots between departments, between policies, and even over time. There's so much change over there. I used to be a civil servant over there, and things have changed, that there's a real carousel of people. So I think it's on us to be identifying those things that are really critical in European law that we need to be ensuring are preserved. Now, often that's on the nature side of things, because as we know, archaeology has devolved and is in national legislation. It could be improved, but it's there. But I think on the European level, there are certain things like environmental impact assessments, strategic assessments, etc., and a number of European nature laws that also benefit heritage and vice versa. They're really inextricably linked. And the other really critical thing for us is around DEFRA's funding, DEFRA's approach to the environment. So the Environment Act excluded heritage despite our best efforts. We're promised guidance, which is supposed to fix the problem, but I don't believe it. And we need to keep advocating. There is in the government's 25-year plan, a strand which absolutely talks about heritage and beauty. We need to keep making the case and keep holding them to account on it. They're supposed to report every year. The fisheries bill was okay in the end, and we did have some impact on changes in that space. And there's the Environment Act. There's a trio of them. We need to keep an eye on what happens next in that space, and the funding towards archaeology and heritage within that environment, the farming environment, the rural environment, actually does more than funding that comes from other things. It's absolutely critical. So they're the things that we should be keeping an eye on. And if we don't spot it, government are not going to spot it. So we rely on the advice of archaeology and our archaeological members to be spotting some of those things, but we work with the heritage sector in its broadest sense to be making the case for those things. So that's what we need to keep an eye on. Also, Brexit and all of the things around shortage occupations and visas, they're not quite in the same bracket, but we need to keep making the case about our gaps and where the exceptionalist arguments need to be for where our gaps are in that space.
Thank you. I'm going to call lunch now. Can you be back at 2 o'clock sharp? Can I just thank the panelists, particularly Lizzie, who's not going to be with us this afternoon. Thanks for your contributions.
Don't know if you want. Yeah, another one. I don't know if you want to stand in the middle.
I'll take it. Annabelle, are we online? We are. Can I call you all to order, please? We've got 2 hours set aside now for what we've called structured discussion. You have all had the opportunity not only to hear the presentations this morning, but also to look at the presentations that are online. What I propose to do is to just ask a couple of individuals in the audience who are representing key players in British archaeology, whether they want to say something. I've had one request from the floor already to just take a couple of minutes to say a few words. So we'll do that first, and then we will open up for contributions from the floor. But what we don't want are long, pre-prepared statements. What we want to do is to try and get a conversation going. And so if I can ask people to be brief and focused, and if there are things that have come out of the discussion already that we want to come back to, then we can perhaps get conversations going around those. But if I can start off by asking Barney to say something.
Thank you very much, Martin. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Barney Sloan. I'm the National Specialist Services Director at Historic England, and I'm co-chair of the 21st Century Challenges for Archaeology Group. I suppose I ought to say that the 21st Century Challenges for Archaeology programme has emerged over the last 5 years after some pretty intensive consultation in 2017, 2018. And you can find all of the transcripts and all of the workshop stuff on the CIFA website. And so none of the stuff that is in the, or very little of the stuff that's in the manifesto is particularly new. I will come back and qualify that. Historic England sees the wisdom in some, but not all of what is in the manifesto. Although we don't recognise fully the characterisation of the sector as it's been portrayed. There are a lot more positives, I think, than come through that document. 21st Century Challenges act as a place, a safe space for conversation. And this is a place where the issues that are raised in the manifesto could be brought to bear. And the Society of Antiquaries is in fact already a member of 21st Century Challenges. So there exists the mechanism for having that conversation already. The manifesto, and indeed this morning's keynote, or not keynote, I should say, fail to recognise, surprisingly to me actually, how much is currently going on. So Christopher mentioned that we have tried stuff and failed, and I completely agree with him. But what he didn't mention is some of the big initiatives that are tackling some of the key points in the manifesto. And I'll just give you 3 examples. One, the Heritage Information Access Simplified, which is trying to develop a national distributed research infrastructure that connects every single HER in the country with incoming information through OASIS and ADS. That itself is connected to a dynamic research framework project, which is developing online frameworks so that that point in time issue becomes less of a risk. And finally, a huge piece of work on archaeological archives, which is trying to solve for the next century or so the problems, the crisis that we're facing. We have about 5 years to deal with this. So all of these things were in play and known when the manifesto was written. And in my view, it would have been enriched by including the links to those. Our ambition on public benefit is also informed by what John O'Keefe mentioned through the Amersfoort agenda. I sat on and sit on the board of the European Archaeological Council, and we're working on archaeology and public benefit there. And I also support Sadie Watson's project as a co-investigator. And we're looking far wider, I think, in terms of public benefit than public engagement. There is an awful lot more that we can milk out of the archaeological process. And I'm really, really happy that that's been raised in the manifesto. And it's something that we will talk about very clearly in 21st century challenges. So if I can just then reflect on some key observations from this morning's presentations, just 4, and then I'll shut up. The presentations were really interesting because of the diversity of what they covered. But I've got these 4 points. The first one was about people. We've heard about people in, I think, every presentation. Who is missing from the room, and what are the mechanisms for bringing those in, particularly to our 21st century challenges for archaeology programme? If there are silent majorities, how do we give them a voice? And that's something that I think we in 21 CAP should deliberate on. And I would really welcome the Society of Antiquaries' presence there to talk through that. The second one, public benefit. It's all well and good talking about it, but how do you operationalize it? How do you make it happen on the ground, time after time, and scale it up across the nation? The third one is the research networks, and I'm very keen on exploring research networks as they can support the development-led planning process. But what cultural changes are necessary? You know, we've tried throwing cash at it, we've tried building research frameworks, organizations in regions and so on, and they die the moment you turn the cash. So there's a cultural element there that has to be dealt with. And we've heard enough, I think, about warnings around changing structures to be very careful about considering that we throw the baby out with the bathwater. So I'm looking for cultural change. And finally, picking up on some of Lizzie Glithero-West's stuff, how do we future-proof this? Are the things that we put in place resilient enough to survive what is now turning out to be effectively constant change? Thank you.
Thanks, Barney. Is there anyone who wants to respond to Barney there?
Thank you, Martin. I'm Peter Hinton, Chief Executive of CIFA and Barney's co-chair on the 21st Century Archaeology Challenges Programme. Co-chair, but that doesn't mean that I have to disagree with everything he says. And I don't. I just wanted to say a few words about culture change and collaboration, which are key themes of the manifesto and key themes of what we've been talking about this morning. Chris, in the keynote that dare not speak its name, suggested that the 21st Century Archaeology Programme is less ambitious than the Southport report and a step backwards. I agree that it's less ambitious. I disagree that it's a step backwards. And that's because we're dealing with apples and oranges. The Southport report was written by a handful of individuals unfettered by organizational ties and unfettered by having to reach consensus across a wide sector. And they came up with bright ideas about what was wrong and how we might fix it. The manifesto is exactly the same. Few individuals who have thought about problems and thought about potential solutions. The 21st Century Archaeology Programme began with a series of workshops that consulted widely across the sector. So you get that gravitational pull towards the centre, you get organisational resistance sometimes, certainly hesitancy, you get a lot more caution in that kind of process. Also, the 21st Century Archaeology Programme is about delivery. It's about actually making change. It's not about talking about the changes that should happen. It's about doing them. That's much harder. Now, Taryn Nixon and I are quite open that we have been frustrated about the slowness of the changes that we hope that Southport might bring about. The society is probably going to be disappointed and frustrated by the slowness about how the manifesto is put into action. Cultural change comes from consensus, and I'll commend to you again the teachings of John O'Keefe on archaeologists and people and how they work. So the manifestos and delivery mechanisms are different. Scotland's archaeology strategy is a delivery mechanism, and yes, that's a bit frustratingly slow at times as well, but it is making progress forward. Archaeology 2030 in Northern Ireland is too young to have been frustrating yet, but it's quite likely that for the more radicals amongst us, it will be slow, but it will make a change. The manifestos on themselves don't make a change. So I just say that saying what's wrong is easy and enjoyed by all, actually. Not necessarily quite so enjoyable to listen to it sometimes. Saying what should happen is relatively easy and lots of people participate in that, but making it happen is difficult. The 21st Century Archaeology Programme is doing that. It's established consensus. It needs to work hard to maintain consensus. But it is a group of people from very different backgrounds who are bringing their organisational weight to change archaeology in England. The society, as Barney said, is part of that programme. It would be great if the society could engage with even more vigour in that programme. And essentially, I think it's, as with all of us that write these reports saying what needs to happen, is put your money where your mouth is.
Is there anyone who wants to respond to that? Annabelle, have we got people online who are feeding anything in? You'll wave your hand when we have. Neil Redfern from the CBA had train problems and has not been able to join us, but I'm not sure whether he will contribute online. So I believe he's listening now. If he is, he wants to say anything, we can feed him in. Is there anyone from Algeo? Please.
Thanks very much. Oh, it's very loud. John Lawson, I'm the UK chair of Algeo, Association of Local Government Archaeological Officers. It's a big name. And here, obviously, with some of my colleagues from England. And I'd just like to support what Barney and Pete have been saying, a lot of the comments. And the manifesto, it has caused a lot of angst, I would say, within our organisations. I think there's a lot of positives in it, I have to say that, but there's also a lot of, I think, a personal perspective, it's all looking back a bit rather than looking forward. I think there's a lot of good stuff we are doing in the sector. We work very closely across it. Doesn't quite recognise what's actually happening on the ground. The sea change has actually happened over the last 10 years, 20 years, in fact. And the fact we are actually engaging with public benefit a lot more. Yes, we can do better. We are to be human, we're not divine. And I think that's a point. But one of the things I was reading from it, and there's many things about setting up new mechanisms and how, we live in financial straits. The money's not going to follow those we fear in it. But I think the strength of the system we have is We work with the commercial sector. They're doing the stuff for us. We should do more with the public benefit side. All we're talking is really need a better comm strategy, to be perfectly honest. But what about the localism? A lot of our jobs isn't about the big things. A lot of our jobs is actually about placemaking, public benefit in that way, and actually the small things, the looking after the undesignated archaeology, the ones not going to change the world, but will make a lot of difference for that local community. And being embedded in the local community, which my members are, we can deliver that to those and engage with a wide range. We are a sector that engages across the UK. For instance, because the only person with the projects I'm involved at the moment, and it would be the same anywhere in England, is we've got universities not only from Aberdeen, but also Oxford and Cambridge working on that. So regionalisation, are those people just going to be working in that small region? You're going to lose a lot of things by potentially going down that route. So I think it's about communication, trying to do our job better. But I think we're very hard, there's some good things there, but as it stands, I think the manifesto is a good discussion point. It's got us in the room. I think that's about as far as we can support it at the moment, anyway.
We haven't got anything. No. Paul, do you want to, as you were present when the manifesto was published, do you want to say anything now? Or reserve your powder for my powder for a little bit later? It's useful to have those different institutional perspectives, and what I hope we can do is, in a sense, think about the future constructively together and use this afternoon in that sense. And speaking for myself, personally, I thought that there are two areas which might form a good basis for discussing things this afternoon. One of which is this issue of the region and regionalism and the extent to which we've seen from the responses online and responses in the room already, there are issues on both sides of the balance, the degree to which regional hub approaches, regional collegial approaches might be beneficial, but there are also a whole series of issues to be weighed against that. So on the one hand, we've got that debate. On the other hand, there's seems to me to be very clear issue around public benefit, and I haven't heard anyone in response to the manifesto or anything else say we shouldn't be focusing on public benefit. But very interestingly, I think, coming back to Sadie's presentation before lunch, thinking about what we mean by public benefit and how we articulate that and use it to move forward is another really strong area for discussion and debate. Annabelle is right. Do you want to?
Firstly, Neil Redfern says that he's here and he would like to reiterate what Sadie had to say on drawing in new audiences. We must move away from a model that sees the public as just volunteers. They need to help us set the agendas. If we say we do archaeology in their name, we need to create effective ways of co-production and collaboration. This needs to start with a question they want us to explore and ask. And then Melanie says, thank you, John. I entirely agree with what has just been said, especially the benefits and positives of having county or local authority-based specialism and expertise. And the last comment from the moment is from Ben Wallace. Just to say, I thought all the panelists' presentations were excellent as they were previously circulated videos. What was disappointing was the keynote presentation, which was very uninspiring, backward looking and divisive. And it still harked on the impractical regional models. Can you please move on from this?
Can we focus perhaps first on the public benefit thing, where there does seem to be Andy, do you want to?
Thank you, Martin. If I may, so I'm Andy Gardner again, co-chair of University Archaeology UK, and I just wanted to make a couple of general points as well, if I may, before addressing that one. So just to say, well, actually, so your other point about regionality, and maybe it's worth just saying this now, obviously, I think it's come up a bit before as part of our presentation. There are lots of ways in which people in universities interact at local or regional levels with relevant partners. Equally, of course, the complexity that's there needs to be considered because there are people who work in institutions very far from where they study, and there are plenty of regions with multiple institutions, so it's likely to get messy. The other kind of specific point in relation to the manifesto that I'd like to emphasize is that UA UK are engaged along with FAME in conducting some research into the existing collaborations between units and universities. So there are going to be some results on that soon, hopefully, which will illuminate later stages of this debate. And then two other general points, the second of which relates to the question Martin just posed. So obviously a theme that's come up a bit today so far is to do with the kind of professional identity of archaeologists. And I suppose it's worth saying that in the academic sector, the bottom line is we want more students. We need more students. And we want both students who are not going to go on to a career in archaeology and students who are. And we want to grow both of those sort of constituencies. And so we have a massive stake, I guess, in the continuing training and preparation of archaeologists for the wider profession, which we certainly don't want to lose or see endangered. And of course, we know that we can do some of those things better, probably, but we need to be part of that conversation. Equally, though, we want to reach out to new audiences. We want to bring people into archaeology for the love of what it can give lots of different people in terms of understanding the world they live in. Secondly, finally, in terms of public impact, I should point out, of course, as colleagues are well aware, that there are lots of impact case studies attached to the Research Excellence Framework, where university research is actively engaged in the public sphere, and there are pointers, there are lessons to be learned from that kind of exercise that we can all draw upon. Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. I would, if I might, just respond on the ref impact thing. For those of you who aren't in higher education, the periodic assessment of research quality has defined impact as one of the things that are measured in terms of the quality of research in universities. But in common with so many of these bureaucratic systems of measurement, the rules are increasingly complicated. And for myself, although that some of the impact case studies do make a useful contribution in a sense, do read them, if you do, in the context of what is an incredibly bureaucratic and rule-based system. So they're not easily read as showing the health or otherwise of academic institutions, if I can put it neutrally like that. Can I pick up, sorry, Annabelle.
Got a comment on YouTube. Matthew Johnson says, I'd like to hear others take up Martin's challenge to say more about what exactly is public benefit.
I was coming back to public benefit because I think Sadie made some very interesting points about public benefit. I don't know whether you want to elaborate on them at all. Do you want to just say a couple of words?
I mean, it's a really good question that Matthew's posed us all, actually. And I think the only way to really define what public benefit is to ask the public, whoever they are, and whichever public you choose to talk to. That's the central challenge we're facing, really. But I think it's, if you take a bespoke project-specific or a series of project-specific approaches, then you will get there if you talk to people that live next to the development that's happening or next to the road that's being built. And that's how you get to it. It's not for us to decide what the public benefit of archaeology is because we're not the public. It sounds ridiculous, but it's a circle of no resolution, I think, to go to ask us to answer that question. So we did a survey and lots of things came out. Hanging out with neighbours, being outside, digging was one, of course. People like exercise outside. People also like to think about their area and to think about ways to input into research aims for projects. So the voluntary contribution to development-led archaeology could actually be pre-excavation stage. We could be asking people what they want us to find out. Local people often know, well, they will tell us because they always know a lot more about their local area than we might know, especially if we're working outside our regions, of course, which is common now. So it's not a very good answer, but I think that is the answer. Ask the public.
Thanks. Paul.
Thank you. I was interested on this subject to hear John O'Keefe refer to the Faro Convention on the values of cultural heritage for society. And that was is a Council of Europe convention, nothing to do with the European Union. But the government was very reluctant to ratify it after it was drafted in the early 2000s. It's come round to seeing the values of cultural heritage for society much more. But I think it would be a good step to actually go back to that document for a non-definitive overview of areas where heritage contributes to society. And to get the government to ratify it, if we have a government. So that's a rather oblique answer to say these questions. The other comment I'd make on this is there's a difference between what public benefits are immediate around the excavation, around the specific discovery, around increased knowledge of their area, their community, and the long-term benefits, which surely come from the curation of the archive, the long-term contribution the archive and the report make to broader understanding of human history. You're on a very high plane. And I think we have a responsibility as archaeologists collectively to speak for the long term in the same way that, say, the British Museum speaks for the long-term value of collecting, with all the issues around that, of course. So it's more than one question, it's more than one public, it's more than one audience.
If I could just follow that up immediately, can I make 2 points? I belong to that generation which had drummed into us as toddlers that if you did an excavation, you must publish it. Looking ahead now, I just wonder if we could get ourselves off that hook. Now, that may be treacherous to say that, but the fact is, looking ahead, that with umpteen thousand unpublished excavations already and more to come, many more to come, we're never going to get all these sites published. So if we accepted that as axiomatic, without necessarily saying that in public, we can then turn our minds to thinking about how we tackle the question, the problem, the challenge of getting the information from the archive out to the public benefit. I'm not sure what the answer is that because I've only just thought of saying this just now, but and in that sense, today has been stimulating for me so far, because I'd never thought I'd say that in public, you know, that maybe we can get off that hook, but let's, I think it's worth thinking about that. If I can just make my second point, which is back to what you were saying, Mr. President, is you mentioned higher education. I spent much of my middle career in adult education. And one of the things we have lost, and I think we might think about how we could replace it is the 20, 30, 40 full-time staff tutors in archaeology who were in extramural departments or departments of adult education. And I always used to think, this was during the 60s, 70s, 60s and 70s, I used to think of us every weekday in the evening, a small army of missionaries going out, taking the word to the people. And since most of us were actively involved in archaeology in the field as well, it meant that the public was getting the benefit of this straight away. And it wasn't just what we were doing as staff tutors, people like Graham Webster and Phil Barker and Birmingham University, George Joby up in the Northeast. It was that some of us, certainly I was, we were also responsible for putting together a whole program of adult education, lectures, courses, weekend conferences, that sort of thing, in archaeology. So there were, each of us was generating a whole lot of other missionaries, as it were, to go out and making this work. Now, that all went in the Thatcher years, and immediately after that went, as you mentioned, the funding of universities changed, and universities either got rid of their departments of adult education or kept them, but changed them into departments of management studies so they could run highly profitable conferences. My point is that there was a whole element in the archaeological framework, a resource which has disappeared. And I think we're in part seeing the loss that that has brought to archaeology in the present situation. So looking to the future, the question is, should we try and replace that? And if so, how?
That's generated some responses.
Just a plea. I'll take issue about the publications, about what you mean by publication, because technically, if it's a planning application, you have a data structure report. So that report is technically published. It may not be the academic report or the big scientific one, but we have something out there. And I think, but it hits on a really important, maybe a potential issue, but I talk about comms, is how we get that information out. Because a lot of it's about the small scale local, which has probably a bigger impact in terms of what we do than the, you know, the digging up on Mithraeum or something, but that's probably not the best one for London. But I think that's how we do. And I think that's a communication strategy. I think we're learning one of our struggles. We got it in policy. I'll speak to English colleges, same as Scotland. We can put conditions on it, public engagement. That's where we go. But we work in partnership. We want others to take that cudgel up. And, you know, sometimes getting our FAME members and others to do it. But I think it's a generational thing. I was very much a personal thing about worked on the Edinburgh Trams. It's just my personal project. We had to change our approach. COVID came along. We couldn't do the traditional stuff. We went online. Bit of a Luddite-ish, my colleagues would tell me, but we did all these vlogs. Excellent. Our comms officer loved it. That's what we should be doing more. It should be for us local authorities to tell us. It should be as a profession at all levels, not just us, the local residents, the local communities. They're better at that. Let's do it. We love it. Just put us on a hashtag, we'll promote it. But that is a public benefit, but there's also a public benefit that Sadie's work, and I think Chris was talking about the volunteers. Let them go. I mean, they do fantastic work. We'll support them if we can. But I think it's about, that's a different about public benefit. There's a whole range of it. We could be here for 3 weeks talking about public benefit and have 400 different answers. Sorry.
Yes, round the room now. Can I go to Adrian first?
Thanks, Martin. Adrian Olivier. I've got so many things I want to get off my chest. I don't know where to begin now, but I think Paul's remarks about the Faro Convention, coupled with what Sadie was saying, sort of really bring to me thought that we are terribly introspective as archaeologists. We talk amongst ourselves endlessly. We don't actually go out and ask, you know, what other people really think of us. And when we do, we're not very good at listening to them and not very good at hearing what they're saying and acting on it. And, you know, that the past belongs not to us, and we're not even the gatekeepers of the past. The past belongs to everyone. And until we change our culture. It goes back to cultural change, our attitudes to the whole gamut of what we do. I think we are in an evolutionary dead end, and we have to think very, very carefully. And you know, I applaud Peter finally coming out of the closet in terms of publication. I think that's wonderful, because we've got to change our entire culture. Culture is driven, I don't think it's driven by individuals or strategies or manifestos. Culture is driven by external forces, crises, and our culture will have to change because of climate change. And we are going to have to let go, we're going to have to forget, we're going to have to stop doing stuff just in order to focus on the things that actually have to happen. And unless we do that as co-creators with the public who own the past, I think we're not going to get very far beyond having constant internal discussions. Sorry. I feel better.
No, Peter, go.
Hi, my name is Dana Goodburn Brown, and I'm mostly involved with post-excavation. I'm a conservator. And I've been working based in a shopping mall. We set up a lab called CSI Sittingbourne. And when we have funding, the doors open, and I work with volunteers. But just yesterday, I was in a meeting with palliative care workers and grief counselors, and we're exploring ways to look at using heritage in their areas, in their realms. And because that's me trying to earn a living, I'm always spreading out, looking where can I find roots that will make this sustainable, as well as being enriched by the work I do. And this was leading on from a creative estuary funded project where I mixed with other creative practitioners. I'm sort of a creative practitioner in that I do creative workshops as well as conservation. And we turned a coffin into a museum case, and we put objects in it. So I work with archives, and I've just digitized and worked on the stabilization and packaging of the HS1 archive. And that's been very interesting, looking at that and using the finds with the public. And then last month I was with fashion designer and a printmaker, and we went and human rights academics. We went into school and used archaeology and my colleagues' experiences in other areas to enthuse children on climate change. And they did banners, and we're going to take that to a shopping mall and explain it. So I think we should be creative. I'm also reading The Medici Effect, which I think people should look at, which is the best innovation comes from putting people at intersections of different realms. So that's my 2 cents.
Hello, I'm Kevin MacDonald, Director of the UCL Institute of Archaeology. I think that we're, regarding things like continuing education, we might be at a turning of the tide. I think the university sector is seeing that infinite student growth is not a long-term realistic process for taking care of our financial difficulties. We can't just keep on adding another 1,000 foreign students and hoping that that balances the books. And I know just from within our own internal discussions that things are now turning back to saying, well, you know, we can try to keep numbers a little bit down, and we can start doing things like more continuing education. We can start doing summer schools. And I believe that this is a direction that we are moving in. When I first came to the Institute 29 years ago, we had the London summer school being run out of the Institute, which was very popular, and then it slowly disappeared and died a death. I know we still have the Bloomsbury summer schools and so forth, but I believe we're going to very soon be seeing a reemergence of us, the Institute of Archaeology, as an institution offering continuing education in summer schools for the broader public. So again, this is an external force driving this. It's economic change and the finances of universities, but I see this coming. It's very much on the near horizon.
Thanks, Kevin. Can I also say that there's, I've got several, I've got my eye on it. I just want to say, I think this adult education thing is something that is absolutely central, but we do want to be careful that we don't get hung up on the adult education thing entirely, because I think again, it's something we probably all believe in.
Thank you. Kenneth Hitchson, I'm representing FAME, Federation of Archaeological Managers and Employers, which is the trade association for commercial firms working in archaeology. I wanted to agree with many things that have been said and disagree with many things that have been said, but thinking about public benefit and thinking about the scale and nature of archaeological work in England and in the UK today, hundreds of millions of pounds are spent on archaeological work every year. And indeed, Jim Hunter confirmed to me earlier today, even National Highways spends more than £100 million on archaeology every year. Everything Sadie was saying about the scale and nature of archaeological work, and then everything that Akira-san said about things in Japan, those figures in Japan, the England figures are pretty similar for the numbers of people and the amount of money. All of that money is being spent subject to the requirements of planning conditions or environmental impact assessment. All of that work, all development is ultimately for the public benefit. This is the nature of sustainable development. All of our work is for the public's benefit. And if we get dragged away down the too many rabbit holes, being too introspective, as Adrian has flagged up, then we end up arguing about how many angels can dance on the head of a pin, rather than actually recognizing that archaeology as a whole is and continues to do a huge amount of work for public benefit. One last sub point there, but then the important thing to remember, again, as we go through our detailed discussion, slogan when Bill Clinton got elected in 1992, it's the economy, stupid. The most important thing that has ever happened to archaeology in this country was the constant rise in house prices from 1991 to 2007. House building drove so much archaeological work over that period. The graph of the number of archaeologists in work and the graph of the house prices, they match pretty closely. And now, in the last couple of years, actually, it has been investment in transport that has been driving the high level of work in archaeology in this country. These are not things that this discussion today can influence. So the one thing that I'd really like people to think about and take away is a point that came up earlier that Lizzie made about lobbying and the LURB, the Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill. Is it regeneration? Anyway, and the good work that Heritage Alliance and our colleagues at CIFA have been leading on our behalf to make sure that the politicians are hearing the right messages and are not getting confused. And as we stand, it looks like we have a strong chance of statutory HERs being carried through on the LURB. That will be such a big deal to protecting what we've got from future economic and political changes.
Annabelle, while I walk round the room, you can.
Yeah. We have quite a few questions online, so I'll read through them in order. Firstly, Neil Redfern says, I also think we need to be very careful in claiming a large audience supports what we do. Yes, a large number of people engage in heritage, but that is not the same as a deeper engagement in archaeology, a meaningful engagement in archaeology. As a membership organization, we don't have a vast membership. We do have an incredible digital reach, 85 million impressions for this year's Festival of Archaeology. How we deepen engagement in the future is the real chill age and one the CBA is focusing on addressing. After that, we have Tim Wilcock. Tim Wilcock here, president of the Surrey Archaeological Society. There has been little mention of the county societies here today. Most counties have a society such as ours, some more active than others. Public benefit is central to our strategy, as is publication and communication through lectures and conferences of interventions. How do we have a say in the discussions alongside our professional colleagues? Kerry Whitehouse says, are there any comments to address the archive situation from commercial archaeology in the manifesto? As we know, there are a few issues. Andrew Wood from the Yorks Museums Trust then says, I wonder whether there might be something in trying to rethink the role of museums with archaeological collections. In process terms, they are receiving institutions who take products of excavation. However, and probably more importantly, they are also less than 100 sites across England who are very embedded in their local communities and who specialize engaging with audiences increasingly in co-curation. They also hold collections in perpetuity with longer term possibilities for public benefits. Michael Stocko says, I think museums and archaeological archives should have been central in this conversation. while they have barely been mentioned. Archaeology doesn't end with a dig, and universities are not the only place to study and learn about archaeology. Claire McRae says, republication, an interesting point. Publication has to be meaningful. I am struggling with this myself as a curator. The increasing costs of post-excavation options for dating analysis and how to get the most public benefit out of a cost-driven commercial process. Publication usually ends with grey lit or limited public benefit, but who benefits from IAO monographs? The balance between satisfying archaeological research, traditional needs with a more public focused outlook is really difficult. Feels that we're a bit stuck at the minute. Would love to break free from some of the old shackles. Quentin Carroll says, Quentin Carroll, Chair of Algo, also Chair of the Archaeological Archives Forum. Apologies for not being there in person as planned. The forum has been campaigning for changes to the current system of publicly accessible repositories, which may or may not be a museum. There are a lot of challenges in archives and collections, but the 21CAP project has a spin-off work stream hosted by Historic England called Future of Archaeological Archives program. This cooperative program is working through a set of projects looking at each stage of the archiving process, from creation to use when complete, should deliver a far better outcome. This program also shows that what we can achieve when we have a clear objective and work together. Larry Cousin says, surely we must make public benefit central, as it should be, while also continuing to make the case for the importance of specialist analysis and expertise. If we are justifying ourselves through selling our potential to tell public stories, how do we also continue to make the argument that those stories can only be told properly if they stem out of deep, rigorous work, whether done by professionals or not? That is likely not very accessible to the general public, and therefore convincing that work also needs to be supported by policy makers, funders, etc., to ensure the public-facing side is indeed valuable, sustained, enriching. This is from YouTube. I think there's a massive shift now in how and where we publish. Every county probably has local journey where local exemplary sites are published yearly. Roundups are also usually published. And they also mentioned that they now have much more available. We have much more available to now. There's Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, and all those other social media platforms. And they use, but maybe not enough. Bill Klemperer says, HERs are widely accepted by the development sector as integrated and helpful part of the management of change function of LPAs. CAP 21, e.g. HIAS program, is developing the role for the future. Community engagement is increasing, e.g. online portals and neighborhood planning. We now have the prospect of statutory HERs, a game changer. This is the time to support Algeo as well as funded local government services.
I just wanted to come back on some of the publication archiving discussions and just give a bit more of an indication of what's becoming possible. So in terms of the primacy of the publication, Peter, you're in good company, because Barry Cunliffe, when he ran the 2017 workshop on publication, said, don't publish until you've archived. Use the archive as the data source for any publications. And I think there is a huge amount of sense in that. And because, and Barry might have been prescient, or he might have just been hoping, but artificial intelligence, machine learning, and data mining is a reality. And so even PDFs or static documents can be mined at speed as if it's big data. It doesn't answer the question of how you synthesize, but it damn well makes it a lot faster. So it is very possible now for us to begin to look across collections and draw inferences which are far, far richer than individual word searches. And that is, brings me on to just a second point, which is a project that I'm leading, funded by AHRC, called Unpassed Waters. And that is linking up marine and maritime collections. And we are co-creating and co-designing an explorer for those collections with audiences. So instead of telling them what they think they might want, we're asking them, how would you like to access this material? And we're going to go to those audiences and say, what would you design, through hackathons and so on and so forth? And then we're going to put that into practice. And that practice could be through immersives, it could be through game engines, it could be through all sorts of things. So the technology is opening up undreamt of capabilities. And I think the static synthesis publication will soon be a thing of the past.
So sure about static synthesis being in the past, but I'll pass over.
Thank you, it's Pete Hinton again. Public benefit is, it's the 99 and probably ought to be the 100% of what we do that doesn't purely benefit archaeologists, which is not our purpose. It takes many forms, and Sadie didn't plug her own resources that she's provided on the CIFA website, but there's a lot of examples of the forms of public benefit that we can produce, but as Sadie says, whether you're producing the right lot or not, we won't know unless we ask the potential recipients. A lot of it relates to helping people develop their social and human capital, and we're very much aligned with construction and other sectors there. And Dana's example about working with bereavement and palliative care are really imaginative examples about how we can apply archaeology to problems that make most of what we do look pretty insignificant, actually. And Paul mentioned Faro Convention and looking further afield. I think that's absolutely right. I think we should look at that again. But I think we should also look at all these documents about the value of the historic environment and say, yes, but what's the special thing that archaeology brings, and articulate that better. So 2 strands of the 21st century programme, one strand on advocacy foresight, has recognised that behind all the asking for changing this clause and can we have a new bill on that and can we change the footnote in planning policy on the other, is we haven't recently articulated what the value of archaeology is in a way that speaks to decision makers, particularly public as well. And so that's a recommendation coming out of that strand of our 21st century archaeology programme. And I know that CBA and CIFA are prepared to have a bash at that to throw out something horrible for the rest of the sector to put right. The second thing, just going back to the importance of publication, or is it, that appropriate dissemination of what we find is clearly what's needed. And through the 21st century archaeology programme, CBA is doing another version of the publication user needs survey. So that's how we will find out what the consumer wants rather than what wants to receive, rather than what we want to produce. And just on that final point, out with the 21st century programme, CIFA is just embarking on a review of its code of conduct, its ethical code, which is pretty much 40 years old now in essence. And there are some shibboleths in there that could use some examination. The one about publication is my second favourite target. It's not my first favourite target.
Thanks. Annabelle, do you want to just?
Yes, a couple more comments. Claire McRae says, John's points on communication strategy. Agree there are lots of channels out there we could use to communicate with non-specialists. It's just having the resources within LPAs to utilize them. And then Kerry Whitehouse says, absolutely agree that public engagement is important, but the report and archive is the product of the project. And if there are repositories closing their doors to archives due to lack of space, funding, curators, where will he draw the public benefit from? And as she adds to that, she's just talking about the physical material. Digital archiving can play a significant role in public engagement.
Thanks. I'm Duncan Brown. I'm here as chair of the Society for Museum Archaeology. And I'm grateful to Nicole Stocker, who's the treasurer of the Society, for raising the issue of museums in the online chat. And actually the last comments from Kerry Whitehouse are quite a good lead into what I want to say. There's a difference between the public benefit of doing archaeology and the public benefit of archaeology being done. And museums are in the second camp, really, although plenty of people come into museums and do archaeology in one form or another. One might ask what the public benefit is in an HER, because very few members of the public know what an HER is. But in line with what Kenneth was saying, the public benefit is inherent in the existence of an HER because it enables so many other parts of the archaeological process to be performed. And so rightly, we are celebrating the probability that they will become a statutory requirement. Museums, on the other hand, have had public benefit built into them since the very first ones were created. They wouldn't exist without a public, and it's not just the public that is currently present, but it's the public that is yet to come. The whole point of a museum is to invest in future generations. And the public, and of course not all museums are about archaeology, but it is that ethical background to collecting, whether it be archaeological archives or furniture or costumes or works of art, that defines the public benefit that we hope to present. I'm losing my articulateness, sorry. So my point is that in order for the public benefit of archaeology fully to manifest itself to the present and future generations, we should be protecting our museums. And we should be asking for them to be a statutory requirement. Because if we think it's important for HERs, when no member of the public knows what an HER is, why should we not be doing it for museums when, if you ask people how they find out about the past, either in a place they live in or a place they visit, they will say, we will go to a museum. If the manifesto is serious about effecting change for the public good, then that's a development that I'd like to see the whole of the archaeological discipline get behind. For museums to become a statutory service and for the public benefit inherent within them to be recognised nationally.
Thanks.
Hi, I'm Mike Dupree. I'm a PhD student at UCL. You might have seen my YouTube video, poorly produced. But I think one of the important things that we really need to do is take a step back and contextualize our discipline a little bit more. Because we look introspectively, but we're not doing it within our context. And I really hate getting philosophical, but looking at Plato's caves cave allegory is a great example of what's going on in archaeology. We've had all of these groups presenting lists of all of the great things that are going on in archaeology. And if we were communicating effectively and understanding that context, that wouldn't be necessary. We would already know all of these things that are going on. And that same thing goes with the public benefit conversation. We need to contextualize that within the bigger issue that Sadie mentioned, that we don't talk to people in the public. So when I talk to people in the public, they're not concerned about the money that we spend on infrastructure. They're not concerned about the publications and the content that they're getting. What they're concerned about is The Dig being #3 on Netflix, or going down to see Black Adam, the new Marvel movie, which brought in billions of dollars, and seeing archaeology throughout that entire thing. So they're talking about a completely different thing than what we're talking about, and we're not contextualizing our archaeology with their archaeology. And that same thing goes for everything that we're working on here, is that we're not really contextualizing what it is that we're doing. We're breaking everything down into smaller and smaller parts and kind of taking shots in the dark. We're digging ourselves deeper into the caves and creating our own realities. So I've been in a reality where all of these things that are being said about CIFA and CBA are completely different from the things that, for example, the CIFA SIG committees or the CBA London committee are focusing on. Same with education, in our PhD cohorts and our master's cohorts, we're having completely different conversations from the realities of the administrators and all of the other groups. And I always go back in my YouTube video, I talked about the numbers that Kenneth brought up in the profiling the profession surveys, is that there are only 6,300 archaeologists in the UK. 4,325, I think, was the number of commercial archaeologists. And we could fit in Wembley Stadium. We could physically all get together. And if you want to expand out, we could fit the entire world's estimated number of archaeologists in Wembley Stadium and still have room for about 15, 20,000 people. So how is it so difficult for us to just speak to the people who aren't here? We have the ability to go out and communicate with these people. We have technology where we can contact anyone around the world, but we can't speak to the excavators who are on site right now. We can't talk to the students who are in classes right now. And we can't get that communication going. And I think that's the thing that we really need to start understanding and focusing on, because that's how we contextualize these discussions and then move forward.
I know Andrew wanted to just say a few words, and then I'm going to move on to the regional.
Well, thank you very much. My name is Andrew Selker. I'm the editor-in-chief of Current Archaeology, a magazine which I founded 55 years ago. And we now publish 5 magazines, the latest being Ancient Egypt. And we appeal to a rather different part of archaeology, which has been rather missed. That is what I call the middle market, i.e. not the professionals, though we hope that the professionals read current archaeology, and certainly not the general public. We're the ones in between the members of local societies, of county societies, and all those who have a genuine interest in archaeology. And unfortunately, this market is declining in this country. We are in the business of actually selling magazines, and we do a lot of advertising, and we look at the results of the advertising. And it's not too good in this country. Where it is good is in America. The Americans are much more keen on archaeology than we are, and we need to know why. Talking about public benefit, I think we should realize that this is based on the Charity Acts, which were the major changes in, I think, 206 and 211, was it? Previously, there were 4 reasons why you could be charitable, including the more important one of science and learning. That has been removed, and the only way you become a charity is with public benefit. And learning is no longer considered to be ipso facto a public benefit. And I think this is been the big problem, because the best way of getting people interested in archaeology is to have a strong local society, strong county societies, which will look after, consider themselves to be in charge, as it were, of the archaeology in that area. And this is very difficult because the professionals are pushing them out, as it were. I was chairman for, I think, 13 years of the Hendon District Archaeological Society. And I don't think we ever had any connection with the professional archaeologists in the area. Professional archaeologists don't join their local societies. They don't support their local societies. And I think we need to rethink this whole aspect of public benefit and stop this idea that if you want to get public benefit, you go and employ the local unemployed as pot washers. We want to get people who are leaders of society, of the community, as being the chairman of the local archaeological society. And planning, as it were, should come down from them and not be what is dictated by the professional. And I think we might note that the big advantages in my lifetime has been the growth of what we used to call rescue archaeology, which is not research, it is people going out and doing excellent excavations just because they're going to be redeveloped. The huge reformation that came under Peter Fowler with the digging of the M5, and seeing that now the whole emphasis was being changed by just digging up what we didn't know was there. And so please don't worry too much about research. Let's get on with the archaeology.
Thank you, Andrew. I would say in relation to local archaeological societies, I've worked with them right through my career. I think they're great. But I think we also need to recognise that they appeal to a certain sector of the community. And one of the big challenges for us as archaeologists is how to broaden that public interest into a much broader demographic. Annabelle, and then I'm going to go on to the regional.
Last comments. Neil Redfern says, PONS2 will seek to understand what the public as users of archaeological inventions in all its form want. This is being led by CBA in collaboration with Mola and Sadie to build on her public value benefit work. Melanie Pomeroy Callinger says, I can't disagree more with Duncan about the benefits of HER. I think you downplay the awareness and use of HERs by the public and the ongoing projects in many of them to increase public use and research of them. HERs are very important to public benefit now and in the future. The public do know what they are, although we have more to do on this. Then the next comment from Kerry is that she agrees with Duncan, so some debate there. And then Julian Richards says, absolutely agree about the importance of digital archives for engaging with public audiences. At ADS, we see wide usage, but we also still have to implement the recommendations of the original PONS report. Notably, there are different user groups for different aspects of a report, and multiple media of dissemination should be used, including electronic publication. Publication is no longer just about monographs. There are lots of good examples of mixed models. Ben Wallace says, I disagree with Martin, and as a lot of public do know what an HR is. We can prove it with facts, if you like. And yes, there are lots of public benefits in HERs. Realizing them all through does depend on well-resourced HERs. And in local authorities, we barely have the staff capacity to maintain the bare minimum of HERs, let alone have a fantastic outreach program, realizing all the public benefit opportunities. However, this is one of the things that should be addressed by making HER statutory. So watch this space. And then he says, he meant Duncan, not Martin, that first comment. And then the last one, Liz Dyson says, we also have volunteers regularly working on HER, some of whom are carrying out research projects with then feedback and enhancing the HER. And Jill's just one last comment. In relation to what Andrew has just said, archaeology is research and it's a dynamic process. And we need to ensure that when we excavate sites, we are answering the most up-to-date research questions. Otherwise, we are failing to deliver best benefit. It is all too easy in practice to fall back on out-of-date synthesis, and I would include many regional research frameworks in that category. Regional research hubs are an example of a forum at which people from all sectors, of which interested non-professionals are a vital part, to talk about what we should be focusing our resources on.
That segues quite nicely into what I hope might be the second part of our debate this afternoon, which is on the proposal that in the manifesto that we think about regional hubs and so forth. For me, speaking personally, I think I can see the advantages of regional hubs. I can also see some of the disadvantages, and Andy drew attention to some of them in relation to universities. I wonder whether we can explore that a little bit further. And the reason that I asked Lizzie before lunch about sort of her reading of government attitude is it seems to me that if one is thinking about regionalisation and it's going against a national policy trend, then it brings things into question. My own reading of the political situation is that government is entirely ambiguous about regional things. They're very keen on elected mayors because it cuts through what they see as crap around decision making, and you have one person you can go to get an answer. Maybe that works, maybe it doesn't, but when it comes to giving more power to local authorities and so forth, there's been a long-term trend away from that and disinvesting locally. So if we're pinning our hopes on something regional, I think we need to think about it in those contexts. And the other doubt that I have personally in my mind concerning this is in terms of the levelling up agenda, that having lived for many years in County Durham, which is a poor area with low property values, the amount of money that is going into archaeology in a region like that is much less than, for instance, in the area I live now in Cambridge, which is a rich area. And the danger of regionalisation is that it actually, if you're not very careful, it fossilizes disparities in provision and so forth. So, as I say, I feel ambivalent about the at one level I feel quite excited about it, the other I'm quite concerned about it. And I thought that might be quite a useful focus for discussion here, given that it is a very strong recommendation of the manifesto. I don't know whether there are any responses to that specifically, or whether I'm off on the wrong track completely.
Thanks, Martin. Jan Wills, I should declare some involvement in the 21st Century Challenges project in the workshops and more recently. On regionalisation, I think that for me, it's really important to recognise that it's some years now since the manifesto was written, and it's a truism to say that things have changed and things are changing rapidly. I would be very disappointed if we got hung up on structural change, because as you've already said, what happens particularly, for example, to local authorities depends fundamentally on central government. Regional structures were swept away by the Conservatives as being a nasty radical Labour thing, and I don't really see any great enthusiasm to go back to any regional government structures. Change, however, might be coming in local authorities, not least because of potentially catastrophic budget situations. And also an incoming Labour government might want to remove slabs of activities like social care, for example, from local authorities. So radical change is possible, but I would say that as archaeologists in our sector, we should be alert to the possibilities of change and very alert to the pros and cons of different structures, but not delude ourselves that we can affect those structural changes. And I would say if we can't do that, we should be really pragmatic about dealing with some of the really important issues in the manifesto, and which have been given some airings today from a pragmatic point of view, and realise that actually we have a tremendous amount of agency ourselves within the profession through collaboration to make real progress on some of those points. And slightly getting off the regional agenda, but I do think it's relevant. I think the manifesto is nowhere near radical enough, because we are, as I think Adrian mentioned, going to be in a period looking 5, 10 more years ahead of even more radical societal and environmental change. And we really have to start looking outwards and forwards, rather than focusing, I think, on the nitty-gritty of archaeological structures, if we're going to really deliver public benefit and make any kind of real impact.
Thank you, Barney Sloan. I don't know the answer to this, but I've got a sense that the Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill is focusing more around local plans than regions. And I just wondered whether people had a view on how any kind of regional approach, and I would certainly not advocate structural change, but I would be really interested in discussing sort of regional research networks a lot more. I just wonder how that local plan focus might butt up against that regional thinking.
Thank you again, Kenneth Aitchison. Okay, just to start from Martin's points about politics, followed by Jan's. Yes, we've got to accept other political leads that are going to be influencing things that we talk about here. And then thinking about the nature of the way that work happens around the country. The big commercial firms have offices all around the country. Wessex Archaeology are in 6 different locations in England, Oxford in several, and now MOLA have, yes, very recently MOLA have expanded far beyond just London in terms of their areas of operation. And they are able to operate in different parts of the country, and they do not need a local regional structure to be supporting that. Now, Barney's point about regional research frameworks is important. That's what guides the research on a regional basis, but it doesn't need to be organizationally arranged like that. I think the regional hubs, from the perspective of commercial archaeology, is a bit of a non-starter, because clients are going to engage firms depending on many other factors, and I don't think this discussion is going to affect the nature of capitalism in this way, especially in a globalized world. The world is flat. England is flat. It is easy to work from one place to another, easy to cooperate at a geographical distance. We don't need regional hubs in order to be able to work effectively.
Thank you. What's just been said is entirely true, and the trend in commercial archaeology is fewer organizations, but much larger and regionally or nationally reaching out. The trend in local government has been for fewer local authorities. Herefordshire is now a district council. Norfolk may follow, which is huge. So the local authority areas are transient, they're becoming larger, and they're becoming less well-funded. I think the important thing out of all this is that, as you say, regional research frameworks, regional collaboration frameworks that suit the region, a region that is archaeologically sensible, like East Anglia, for example, and the networks are encouraged to grow, and so there are specialist people within those networks that cover most of what it turns up. I think that's far more important than the structure, but the big question is the archives. This has been the worst aspect of progress over the last 40 years, where it's harder now to find archives than it was 40 years ago. I say that from current experience in trying to conduct a study in East Anglia of a particular material artifact. And regions make sense in terms of a deposition, a curatorial center for those archives. The big question is, how is that going to be funded locally or levies or whatever? But commercial archaeology has frankly ignored this issue. And there are units that are stuck with sheds full of material from across the country. There are museums who have almost given up having filled sheds and locked the door. This is fundamental, and this cannot surely be a national repository. It probably equally can't be a local authority repository. So how do we tackle this?
Thank you. Chris Scull, I thoroughly endorse what Paul said, and one of the points I just wanted to make there was about regionality. Okay, where do we put museum hubs? Where do we put HERs? Where do we put archives? But the thing that I'm really interested in, as I think I made clear in my talk, I'm not that interested in regional hubs. If we could have such a thing in the future along the French line, for example, then to me that would be wonderful. There'd be enormous benefits coming from it. I would quite like to hold that in my own mind as an aspiration. But what I'm really interested in is putting in place the less formal networks of collaboration, mutual assistance, and communication. And that includes communication between commercial units. It includes communication between the local branches of commercial units and the people who have a really deep understanding, in many cases, of the archaeology and the archaeological and the research issues in those areas, because that is not working in some areas as well as it might. And I think the response I'd make to Barney, it's a good question, how do the different levels relate to each other? If you have the right college, for want of a better word, college network of expertise across the areas of expertise that you need, planning, community engagement, health, periods of archaeology and history. If you have a college that you can draw upon, then this is scalable. It's scalable where it's necessary at a local level. It can be drawn on. It can be drawn on at a regional level, which I agree is very often a good level for research frameworks and research activity, and it can be scaled up nationally. And so what I would like to see is cultural, we asked about cultural change. I'd like to see a cultural change which begins to enable that sort of dialogue, that sort of collegiality, and in which there is a dialogue's the wrong word, a dialectic between the curatorial side, broader research questions and agendas, and the commercial imperative driving rescue archaeology. Because I understand that Ken comes, he's representing commercial archaeology, but I personally do not accept that commercial archaeology generating money for commercial archaeology is the be-all and end-all, nor in my view is it public benefit. That money is going to go somewhere, even if it doesn't go from developers to commercial archaeology. So there is a need to break down barriers. There's a need to put in place methods by which people communicate more and to promote and enable the expectation that sort of collegiality, that sort of communication will be the norm.
So I think I just wondered whether it would help, because there's a lot of comments about regional and national archives and what's going to happen and so on. So I just thought I might say very briefly, if that's all right, Martin, some of the plans that we've got. It's going to be a really hard sell, but we're talking to DCMS, this is Historic England, and the Future of Archaeological Archives programme. There was a Options for Sustainable Archaeological Archives report published by Arts Council England early this year, which was funded both by Historic England and Arts Council England. We're building a coalition of the willing, which includes national agencies and other key players who are driving large amounts of commercial archaeology. The options paper recommended a single national store for very, very good reasons, and those are economic reasons as well as practical ones. It's going to be very, very hard to sell 9 or 6 regional stores that all need their own infrastructure, let alone 150 local stores. However, the National Centre for Archaeological Archives, which is what we're planning, will have direct links to all of the local museums, the regional museums that used to keep. So stuff will be able to move from the National Centre to those museums in order to support exhibitions, displays, learning, and so on. So we're going to try and have our cake and eat it. In order to fund it, and this is going to be the real killer in the current circumstances, to try to get government to invest in it. And it'll be about £70 million worth of capital investment. We want to put it in Wroughton, in Swindon, which is where the Science Museums Group's National Collections Centre is, to coalesce around a national centre there. To sell it, we need to have a charging policy that is nationally acceptable and equitable right across the piece, so that no individual developer is being asked more or less, and local authorities and archaeological units know what the rule book is. If we can get that, we can pay that money back in 30 years. We know that. And thereafter, it will be self-sustaining if the level of excavation continues at the rate it is currently continuing and has done for the last 30 years. I think that is likely over the next century or so. I don't think it's obviously a Ponzi scheme if you look at it in the long run, because in the end you run out of stuff to dig and therefore pay. But so there is a social contract at the end of that where government will be expected to understand that this stuff must be secured for the future, and there will be a cost to it. But for the moment, and for quite a long time into the future, we can take the sting out of the tail. So it is both national and regional. And if I get it right, I'll be able to retire a very happy bunny.
Right. Thank you, Martin. Chris Evans, formerly Cambridge Archaeological Unit. Just to basically agree with Chris Scull's point, and it was quite interesting in the period immediately before COVID and its various lockdowns, we were starting discussions in the Cambridge region in terms of East Anglia that, well, if we weren't going to get a research hub in the immediate future, amongst the units working there, could we do something ourselves? Because let's face it, the units have, they turn over a lot of money now. And it was entirely positive. And it feeds back to this point of the manifesto that the problem is, a perceived problem being that archaeology is getting far too process-based and not in terms of research output and its research project. And the end result of it, this had wide agreement. And basically it got to the point that every unit was willing to put in 5,000 to 10,000 quid. It wasn't a vast amount, but we could hire our own researcher based on that and start getting on top of the data, because it's desperately needed, both in terms of distribution mapping by the region, and also if we're ever going to get to the point of research prioritization and understand what are the thresholds of information redundancy, which we're surely at now. We need to have a broader voice because, essentially planning works on precedent and repeating itself. And these will be quite radical moves. We're going to have to do it because in a lot of areas of the country, large portions of Cambridgeshire, by period, we're hitting over 10%. We've already dug a 10% sample of the sites. And if we don't find a way of getting on top of our data, we're also going to come back and have the developers say to us, well, we've dug this vast amount, where's the result? And so we need this kind of information to properly decision make. And it does need to be done by a wide church. So I just think the, hubs was simply a name. It implied a physicality. That's not the point. The network idea where you're actually bringing together the voices just to inform in the basis of research still has its validity.
Hi, John Lawson again. Lots of comments and especially what maybe I was saying in the last couple of minutes. Just one thing, I'd just like to, I suppose, say the money that we commissioned Kenny Aitchison and Lambert Archaeology to do the report, looking at lots of things about the financial benefits of local authorities and the scale of it back in 2019. Because we're interested, which is part of the 21st century report, and what's the scale of what we do. Well, one of the things that it's probably old-fashioned, probably covers. Basically, there's a symbiotic relationship between ourselves and local authorities and the commercial side. The two sides of the same coin. It's all to do with getting back to basics, but fundamentally in the planning system. Without us and without them, that money won't be there. There's a basic, because it's rooted, as all planning things, on that planning application and the local, that is what planning is about. So get rid of those and some regional and the breakages potentially could happen. I'm thinking this would be the half empty with some of these regional models. That money's not going to be there. So there's a point. So I'm quite glad some of the discussions that I moved away from a physical regional hub. What we do, and I suppose try to think, I know, preach from north of the border to my colleagues south. It is about working together. And we are an industry that talks a lot, hence why we're all here today. I don't see why those regional frameworks and groupings can't do. They do exist. I mean, I would say from Scotland, but I know in England it's exactly the same. I just speak with my colleagues in the southeast of Scotland. We just came back from our regional conference. We're not a regional hub, but we do have a research agenda, sort of. He says, but it's better in other places. I know it's the case in England. So I think this idea of working together on a regional or local basis is true. And I was really delighted, it's more personal. It's I don't know the gentleman here from UCL. Yeah, thank you. I'm very glad that you're doing these regional skills and universities are reaching out more generally. So I've noticed that in Scotland as well as across it. So that's really positive. I think there's a way that they can generate some, help us in local authorities, help us commercials, take some of that, help the local groups, get the third sector involved, working together in these sort of regional ones that aren't tackling some of the questions that will never be or just tweaked in the commercial archaeology, because that's what we're about. Sorry, it's a bit of a plea.
Yeah, the comments we've got at the moment online. Firstly, John O'Keefe, an observation about local societies. I've increasingly found, perhaps as I get older too, that such local societies can be vital as advocates for their heritage, incredibly supportive to practitioners, sometimes ready to challenge and question and provide insights that are not immediately available without the kinds of interactions that happen in local venues all year round. I also know they serve an important social function, perhaps their most important function, with heritage as the most common theme in that function. Quinton Carroll says, my perception is that government does not support any regional structures. You only need to look at the dismantling of regional offices some years ago, and ALB is increasingly moving away from the regionalization, except as an administrative approach, although Historic England colleagues may have a different view. What government is supporting and encouraging are pan-regional collaborations, such as the Midlands Engine or Western Gateway, where stakeholders work together on shared outcomes. And Neil Redfern then says, do we need to think more about the impact we want rather than pure research hubs? We need to think about how archaeology has an impact and legacy way beyond just knowledge creation, such as place shaping, health and well-being, community cohesion, and many more forms of public and social value. I'm not saying knowledge creation is not important, but creating other forms of public value is essential to our relevance and purpose. It is also called public value for a reason. It's about public and what they want. That is often very different to what we think they want. It is essential that this discussion is opened up and that we listen to what others have to say. Quentin Carroll then replies, sorry, but I disagree. Local authority areas are not getting larger, but the tiers of governance are reducing. Herefordshire may be a county unitary, but the geographic area remains the same. Now with one authority, not many. In theory, this also saves money. They push towards combined county authorities in the LURB, in the LRB, a similar approach.
Sorry, Chris Skull again. I just wanted to ask a question. It may just reflect my ignorance. Is there heat within the CIFA website or Barney within the Historic England website, rather than areas which gives guidance, a hub which is equivalent to the NHS's Academy of Fabulous Ideas? And would either, I would have thought CFA for professional, or maybe CBA for the profession as a whole, also the practitioner as a whole, consider setting up such a service?
Ed Lee or Dan Miles could probably answer this better than me at Historic England, but we do make use of the structure which was originated in local authorities called the Knowledge Hub. And it is something where people can log in and just converse and so on. So I don't think it's quite as, well, I only saw the flat screen of what you showed, but it doesn't feel quite as engaging as that. But it might be the seeds of something like that, yeah. Chris, I think Barney's giving you the more direct answer, but the other place where these good ideas are thrashed out are at things like conferences, like the CIFA conference, where we have discussions actually remarkably like the one we've been having today and have had for a long time. And the good news is that our conferences and many conferences are increasingly accessible online now, one of the sides of COVID. So there's certainly a place for dialogue about these things. If I may, Martin, just one other point. We seem to have a reasonable degree of consensus about the value of regional frameworks, regional collaborations, not the structures. And that, to me, raises the question, okay, so what are the things that make regional collaboration easier? And what are the things that make regional collaboration difficult? I'm sure our local government colleagues have particular insights on that. But that's what we should be working on, rather than just exhorting ourselves to try harder.
Thank you, Kenneth Aitchison. Just a tiny addition to what Barney said about knowledge hubs. There is external and additional to archaeology's remit, the big mega construction projects, mega projects like Crossrail or HS2, they have agendas to advance practice within the construction industry. And through doing that, they facilitate learning legacy hubs within their own environment. And this is where the lessons learned that benefit construction in all ways, not just on HS2, but in all ongoing construction, and the same for archaeology. This is where these lessons are being logged and learned and hopefully taken advantage of.
Chris Scull, very quickly in response, and I appreciate that. The reason I asked Pete is obviously within the NHS they have many professional conferences. Nonetheless, that repository of individual solutions is something that people find useful. And it struck me as interesting because of some of the professional issues I'm engaged with, where there are some very, very specific fieldwork recording and analytical issues, which it is quite difficult to address through rolling out workshops or conferences where you can do it, but where perhaps that sort of hub might offer benefits. So I just throw it as something which people might consider.
Very good point, Chris, and I certainly wasn't arguing against that. I should also say that my colleague Jen Parker-Wooding has created a number of different toolkits, which are essentially solutions or bundles of solutions to particular areas of practice. But there is always room for more. It's a resource question, and it really involves gathering in the expertise from everyone in the sector.
And also, if I might say so, we go back to the fragmentation problem. I'm fascinated to hear that there are these potential things there, but they're not easily accessible to everyone. And one of the things that could come out of today is some commitment towards regional collaboration and thinking about how that can be done through things that are easily accessible to a wide group of people.
They're accessible, but not necessarily known.
Yeah, I take the point.
I suppose just like any organization, Algeo has I don't know, 6, I think, maybe not sure, regional groupings in our network, which all our colleagues sit together on a regional basis. I think CIFA used to have and probably still do. Sorry, speaking from a north of the border perspective here. So that's a professional aspect. But we talk. I mean, I think as an organization, we sometimes talk too much. So I think getting people in a room and talking together and sharing ideas is the least of our issues, to be perfectly honest. But I suppose one of the things sometimes that's a professional level, and we've got good working relationship with FAME, and our colleagues locally have equally good ones with our commercial colleagues. I'm gladdened, and over the last couple of years, that universities have, and probably our failure to reach out to universities as well as universities coming back, and that dialogue's improving over the last 3 to 4 years, and I hope that actually continues. I think that's a vital one. Locally, we talk to local communities, but maybe there's how do they talk together? I know in Scotland we have, and that's a role for CBA maybe to play. I think in Scotland we have Archaeology Scotland, they do very similar. They used to bring all the local community groups together. And okay, Scotland's a wide region or a nation, what should I say, to get back the border. But there's lessons there. I think I'm struggling to see why we need the regional hubs, but I think we can talk together. That's a mechanism. And I think that's us who are engaged in it. I think we have the public to talk about as well, actually who we're working with. But that's where we have different social media, and that's where we as a profession, I'm talking wider, not big P and small p, need to learn better to do our job better. But I suppose I always look at, with my comms hat on, if I can't get an article into the local paper, we're screwed. And we can, because the local paper is what's the lifeblood, not the barometer of public interest. And that is where we hit. Then we have got that. We've got great public interest. Most people aren't. They just love it that's going on, and they're very careful. They want that professionals and local communities are doing it. And I think that's a message we have to take out and keep on in our forefront and not lose it as we go forward.
Thank you. I'm Chris Constable from Southwark Council. I'm just thinking in London, we have numerous regional hubs. I mean, there's Argeo London, where I go for a cup of coffee with Sandy. It's 2 of us. London Archaeological Forum, CBA London, and the London CIFA group as well, which all kind of overlap and do slightly different things. So London and Middlesex Archaeological Society organised their very big archaeology conference, lectures, everything else. Obviously, as Southwark, I'm part of the Surrey Archaeological Society, who claim me for various periods, and we contribute to them as well. So there's already quite a lot of regional, forums and things in London already that engage in different ways across the whole sector.
Thanks. I'm going to stick my museum oar in again. I suppose you should all be grateful I'm not here representing the Medieval Pottery Research Group. Well, the Society for Museum Archaeology could give you numerous instances of regional collaboration. And I agree with Chris that a conceptual regional framework is entirely reasonable, possible, and beneficial. In Gloucestershire, for instance, there's a common set of archive deposition standards been developed between several participating museums that would have struggled some years ago to work together potentially. And in Sussex, even between West and East Sussex, they're collaborating on a similar project. But more importantly, the SMA itself received Arts Council funding 2018, 2019 to conduct what we called our SMART project, which included one strand of a regional mentoring program. The SMA is very conscious that a lot of museums that collect archaeology or have archaeology collections do not have curators with archaeological expertise. And the mentoring program put those that do have archaeological expertise together with museums that required guidance under a mentoring scheme in the Southeast that was a huge success, resulting in some curators publishing aspects of their archaeology collections quite unexpectedly from their point of view. That was in 2019, and the project completed in early 2020. We all know what happened after that. The Society's trying to develop a program for rolling out a similar scheme across the country. The point I'm trying to make is that regionally there are benefits to working in these sorts of ways, and actually sharing expertise with people who would benefit from that is a good model to pursue.
Ben Wallace says, Knowledge Hub would be good to use for collaboration, quite underused by our sector at the moment, but for some areas it works well. Neil Redfern says, any hub cannot just be about practice. It needs to be a far wider platform about archaeology, its impact and relevance to society. We need to guard against falling back into narrow view about ourselves and our practice. Quinton Carroll says, pan-regional collaborations seem to work best if there is a clear reason to do so that all involved can get behind and see why it benefits them and their own ambitions. The reason why I had to drop out of the morning session is that I was in a workshop starting that process of thrashing out shared ideas for such a partnership. Melanie Pomeroy-Kellinger says, I agree with that last speaker. We have great public interest. Annual county conferences in Wiltshire and Swindon, always full with a high demand for more. We need to continue to cater for this high demand for local county-based community engagement, even if regional engagement is beefed up too.
Conscious that we're running towards the end of our allocated time. I've got one comment at the back.
Hey, I'm Ian Rockley from Dig at Archaeology, and I just wanted to get involved with some of the geeky data chat from earlier. We're very much here to just listen and learn, because we aren't the archaeology experts in the room, but like we are nerds. And we're also fortunate to have a background in machine learning. So it was really cool to hear, is it Barney? Barney mentioning earlier that it's a tool that archaeology can leverage, because it absolutely is. The only bad news is that machine learning probably isn't ever going to be the silver bullet that allows all of our scanned in handwritten sheets to become useful structured data. Just to explain that. So my handwriting is basically of average legibility. My mom's is good, but my dad kind of ruined the genes. So for an algorithm to be able to accurately read and transcribe one of my context sheets, it would need to be trained on a data set of thousands of handwritten notes by myself. And a lot of these would need to be pre-transcribed so as to instruct the algorithm. You need humans to teach a lot of machine learning algorithms. Then it would need to overcome all the legibility issues that are on my context sheets. Long story short. Okay, thanks. The point is that the only workable solution really is to have field data entered digitally in the first place. A lot of people call that born digital, and also entered in a standardized format. And then it could be reusable in the future and contribute towards archaeological big data. Cheers.
We are drawing towards conclusion. Thank you for contributing. Can I thank Simon and Sadie, who worked hard to bring this together today, and to our panel of speakers this morning, Chris, who didn't do a keynote but did something that did a great job of what I was hoping he would do. Clearly there are a wide and valuable diversity of ideas and themes that have come out. I don't think we ever hoped that we would get sort of unanimity in support of what's in the manifesto, but we have had some good discussions, some good ideas today. And from the society's perspective, I think it's been valuable bringing people together, both in the room and online, to air some of these issues. And for me, there are some important points that have come out about regional collaboration and the ways in which we can promote that and enrich archaeology and enrich public benefit as a result. And also the issues that I think were well highlighted by Sadie in thinking about how we think forward about public benefit that moves beyond something that is inward looking, something that's more outward looking. So you've contributed very well to the certainly the society's thinking on this, and I think we will undertake to be coming back to key sister organisations to talk about how we might carry this forward. So thank you again for taking time to engage with this today, and we hope that we can help working together move things forward for the benefit both of the subject and the broader communities for whom, as someone said so rightly earlier, it's not our archaeology, it's theirs. Thank you very much indeed.